Naombeni tuketi. Engineer Zena Said, Katibu wa Baraza la Mapinduzi na Katibu Mkuu Kiongozi Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar, na mgeni wetu rasmi kwa siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Joseph Mkude, Mkuu wa Wilaya ya Arusha, Dr. Bagayo Abdalla Sakware, Kamishna wa Bima, Mama Bi Margaret Ikongo, Rais wa Taasisi ya Bima Tanzania, Bi Flora Minja, Mwenyekiti wa Umoja wa Kampuni za Bima Tanzania ATI, Bwana Jared Awando, Mwenyekiti wa Kamati ya Maandalizi, viongozi wa mkoa na viongozi wa serikali mlioko hapa, viongozi watendaji wakuu wote wa watoa huduma za bima nchini, wadau wote wa sekta ya bima nchini, wageni waalikwa, waandishi wa habari, mabibi na mabwana, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Karibuni sana. Programu yetu inaanza rasmi na vipengele viwili vya kwanza tumevikamilisha, na kipengele kinachofuata, the next item on the agenda, will be from Mr. Gerard Awando, who is the chairman of the organizing committee. Welcome.
Our guest of honor, Engineer Zena Ahmed Saidi, Chief Secretary and Secretary to the Revolutionary Council and Government of Zanzibar, District Commissioner Honorable Joseph Mkude, the Commissioner of Insurance Dr. Bagayo Sakware, the President of IIT Mama Mzee Margaret Ikongo. We are privileged to have the keynote speaker, Mr. Philip Bisire, the Managing Director of Vodacom PLC Tanzania. We have special remarks speaker, Shigeki K, the resident representative of UNDP Tanzania, chairpersons and board members of insurance registrants, my fellow CEOs, the leaders of associations, ATI, TIBA, IIT, Atlas, IFCT, Tarifa, speakers, moderators, Governing Council of the Institute, my own organizing committee, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Shikamoni wakubwa. Wadogo zangu amjambo. It's a great honor and privilege to stand before you today, this morning, on behalf of the Governing Council, on behalf of the Organizing Committee of the 28th Annual General Conference, to extend a warm welcome to the city of Arusha, the Geneva of Africa. We take this precious time and opportunity to celebrate and reflect on the journey of our industry in Tanzania. Guest of honor, madam, this year's theme, Transforming Lives Through Innovation, the future of insurance in Tanzania, is not just a slogan, but a call for action. It reminds all of us that where technology, climate change, and shifting consumer expectations are reshaping how we live, how we do things, and how we do business. This conference is designed to help us interrogate these changes and draw inspiration for practical and transformative solutions. We have assembled a strong lineup of special keynote speakers, delegates, and sector leaders who we are looking forward for a robust conversation and shared learning over the course of the day. In the build-up of today's event, we've held several engagements, including the Bima debate, which brought together bright young minds from the institutions and the higher learning institutions in Tanzania. We later had a Bima Sports, event that encouraged physical fitness. And this culminated by the high spirit of executive football that was played by the all CEOs of the industry. And we were privileged to have the special referee, the chief himself, Dr. Bagayo Sakware. Then the day before yesterday, we had a corporate responsibility initiative to give back to the community. And we donated 50 desks to Meru Primary School. There was a Bima walk yesterday morning, and we thank all of you for even mobilizing yourself. Despite the chilly morning of Arusha, everybody attended a Bima walk. The commissioners' meeting was well attended by the directors, the board members, and the CEOs, and which created space for high-level dialogue on pressing industry issues. We had a beautiful gala dinner sponsored by Skyri that brought even teams from South Africa to jog up our minds on leadership. We shall wind up the Bima season with beautiful sightseeing spots of Arusha and environs. Don't plan to miss. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, baada ya kusoma haya niliyoandikiwa, naomba sasa niseme ya kwangu kidogo. Tumepata nafasi ya kuhudhuria Arusha na tumepewa support kubwa sana. Na udhamini wetu ulianzia kwa ofisi ya Commissioner of Insurance. Jamani, makofi kwa ofisi ya Commissioner of Insurance. Captain himself has been in all these seasons and his team. Thank you so much for this support. Our main and platinum sponsor, Tanri. Nategemea nikiwataja au napiga makofi kwa sababu hao ndio wametufanya tuwe hapa. Tanri is the main and platinum sponsor. They are sponsoring dinner tonight. The gold sponsor, MUA, Sanlam Life and General. The only silver sponsor we had today was Meticulous. Thank you so much. The cocktail sponsor, Sky Re, the second in a row, they are sponsoring opening cocktail. Then we had UNDP sponsoring the commissioners event. Thank you so much. There was a great fundraising organized by African College of Insurance and Protection. Thank you so much, ASIP. Debate was sponsored by ASIP, CRDB, Demeter Solutions, and TIRA. We had several in the bronze category, and I would want just to appreciate all of you. I think you can see yourself on the screen. The partner sponsors, you can see yourself on the screen. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Our media sponsors, we thank you and we remain indebted to this support. We are grateful to the Insurance Institute of Tanzania, the council, for giving us this opportunity even to be in the forefront of organizing the Insurance Day. We thank you, the governing council, headed by Mama Ikongo. Mungu awabariki sana. Not forgetting my able committee, organizing committee. I had a very wonderful organizing committee. The short of na Mungu hawabariki wote. Tumekuja kula bata na kuenjoy as we transverse through the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the chair of the organizing committee, even for giving me this opportunity to be an MC. But let me welcome the president of IIT, Madam Ikongo. Welcome for your introductory remarks. Right after that, you will welcome the Commissioner of Insurance. That is under your ambit. Welcome, Madam.
Good morning, everybody. I'll follow on the protocols which was written in a speech written for Jared. So I'll follow that one. Our guest of honor, Engineer Zena Ahmed Said, Chief Secretary and Secretary of the Revolutionary Council and the Government of Zanzibar, the District Commissioner of Arusha, Honorable Joseph Mkude, Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Bagayo Sakware, our keynote speakers, Philip Basimili, MD, Vodacom Tanzania PLC, and our special remarks speaker, Honorable Shekeg, UNDP Resident Representative, chairpersons of the board, members of the insurance industry, leaders of the insurance industry. I also welcome and take note of our colleagues from Kenya, a number of them. I've seen them. Please raise your hands. Our colleague who has traveled across the border, thank you very much for joining us. Leaders of associations, of various associations within our industry, speakers, panelists, IIT Governing Council, the ABO Organizing Committee under the leadership of Gerard, delegates, media, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana kwenye mkutano wetu wa 28 hapa Arusha. Now, this one I wrote it myself. It was not written for me. So if there is anything which is good, take it. If there's anything which is bad, bring it back to me. There is no one to blame except me. My great appreciation to our guest of honor, Engineer Zena, for finding her time in a very busy schedule to be with us today. Asante sana. We understand, we appreciate your initiative and effort to support the insurance industry in Tanzania. Thank you so much. Also for our beloved Commissioner of Insurance, our beloved District Commissioner for Arusha, for hosting us in this beautiful city. Asante sana. Yeah. I also appreciate our keynote speaker, Philip Basimile, MD Vodacom Tanzania, UNDP Representative Shekeki, for being with us yesterday and today. Our sponsors, as mentioned by Gerard Awado, and for all of you here for attending, and to the hospitality of the host of Arusha region we have experienced since we arrived here. I take this opportunity to again welcome you to this conference. IIT, Insurance Institute of Tanzania, we are dedicated to strengthening the competence, integrity, and impact our sector through education, dialogue, and community engagement. Each year, we conduct a broad range of activities aligned with this mission. These include professional training, certification programs, stakeholders engagement forum, technical seminar, regulatory discussions, youth development activities such as the BIMA debate, and sector recognition initiatives. These platforms are designed not only to build capacity, but also to foster innovation and nurture the next generation of insurance leaders. We will be approaching CEO of the insurance company, especially Madam Dr. Flora. We will be approaching ATI for placement of this year debate winners. These were the third-year students in actuarial studies at the University of Dar es Salaam. We thank Alice and Meticulous General Insurance for employing last year winners. We want the platform we are creating to have a purpose, not just forum, discuss, and no. So we have taken it upon ourselves to make sure that those youngsters who perform well in whatever activities we do, we place them. So thank you very much, Aris and Meticulous, for employing our last year winners. And Dr. Flora will be approaching you for the winners of this year. The annual Insurance Day Conference stands out as our flagship event. It is where the sector converges across the public and private line to share knowledge, identify gaps, and commit to action. This year, the theme, Transforming Lives Through Innovation, the Future of Insurance in Tanzania, reminds us that we must continue to push boundaries in technology, customer service, product relevance, and inclusion. Yesterday we heard from Shekegi, UNDP representative, numbers of an exciting future, 100 million population, middle class economy, everything looks fantastic. GDP, the commissioner even informed us that our penetration ratio is going to grow to almost 3%. The question is, as we hear those exciting numbers and a very bright future, do we have the relevant products? Do we have the relevant delivery system? Do we have a relevant pricing mechanism? My friends, our standard policies will not deliver customer experience. Our one price fit all simplicity will have to be reviewed. We already have customers who are asking, why are we paying the same, as yet we are different in terms of the risks we bring to the pool. If I may quote the youth from the Bima debate held this year, and I'm not sure if I'm going to quote them right, we need 360 innovation. Did you understand that? Yeah? I quoted the crap from me, I quoted from the youth said, they went like this. We need 360 innovation if we are going to tap into that exciting future which we have been informed about. We are existing in a world where knowledge is abundant because of technology, abundant knowledge. Although, in some cases, the understanding of that knowledge is limited. It is therefore important that whatever transformation we are carrying out through innovation be humanized. For example, we cannot ignore empathy. It must be incorporated in our strategic decision. In Africa, and in insurance specifically, trust is a lifeline. We must therefore balance between the skills we get through innovations, partnership, those numbers we are very happy to show to our shareholders, and the souls we are saving. There must be a balance. Dear all, it is my wish that this year's event will spark ideas, build partnership, and renew our collective visions and action. Thank you so much. Enjoy the conference, enjoy Arusha, enjoy the day. I now call upon the Commissioner of Insurance to address us. Asanteni sana.
For that 360. Why is this microphone not going 360? Yeah, let's make it again before that's 360. You know, she's old, just turning 360 and still be intact. Let's do it again for her. Thank you, Sada President. So the next item on our agenda is welcoming Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Bagoyo Abdallah Sakware, who has actually 3 roles now. First, giving his remarks. Second, welcoming or giving an introductory remark on the chair of the board of insurance. And then he will welcome the Honorable District Commissioner of Arusha, because he's our mwenyeji. The good thing is that I put that mwenyeji purposely, because good thing is that the speech they are going to deliver, they are all in Swahili. So if you can't grasp a word, please give me a seat beneath you. I'll translate. Or just be with someone who can translate for you. Karibu sana Kamishna wa Bima kwa hizo kwa hayo majukumu matatu. Karibu.
Habari za asubuhi. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi Engineer Zena Said, Katibu wa Baraza la Mapinduzi na Katibu Mkuu Kiongozi, Mkuu wa Wilaya ya Arusha Mjini Joseph Mkude, viongozi wengine wote waliotajwa, itifaki imezingatiwa. Karibuni sana Arusha. Lakini kazi hii naiomba, kabla sisi hata hatujaongea, kazi hii ya kutukaribisha ataifanya mkuu wa wilaya ya Arusha Mjini kwa niaba ya wakazi wa Arusha. Lakini kabla sijakukaribisha Mheshimiwa mkuu wa wilaya, naomba nami nizungumze kidogo kuhusu siku hii ya bima, siku hii mahususi kwa sekta yetu ya bima nchini. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tuna kila sababu ya kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, Muumba wa mbingu na ardhi, kwa kutubariki afya na uhai, na tukaweza kukutana hapa kwa ajili ya kusherekea na kuadhimisha sikukuu ya bima nchini Tanzania. Tukio hili ni wiki ya bima. Imekuwa ina shughuli nyingi, ikiwemo debate kama alivyosema mwenyekiti wa kamati ya maandalizi na rais wa IIT. Ina shughuli mbalimbali ya kutoa huduma kwa wananchi, kutoa elimu, mafunzo na mambo mengine, ikiwemo kutembea kwa ajili ya afya na mazoezi. Lakini umuhimu wake au dhamira yake kubwa ni kukuza na kuendeleza sekta ya bima hapa nchini. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, pili, napenda kumshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan kwa msaada wake kwenye sekta yetu ya bima. Amekuwa rafiki mzuri sana wa sekta ya bima. Kila tukipeleka mapendekezo yetu na maoni yetu, amekuwa akiyapitisha na kutoa maelekezo kupitia bunge letu la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania pamoja na wizara yetu ya fedha, na hivyo kupata sheria mbalimbali ambazo zinasaidia soko la bima. Kwa namna hivyo niweze kumshukuru Rais wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi kwa kuwa rafiki wa karibu sana wa sekta ya bima, na hata akakuruhusu wewe Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi kuwa mgeni wetu rasmi leo, lakini kuwa balozi wa bima hapa nchini. Naomba tumpongeze sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Zanzibar. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Zanzibar vile vile amekuwa akishiriki shughuli mbalimbali za bima, kwa makongamano mbalimbali yanayofanyika Tanzania na yanayofanyika Zanzibar. Naomba upeleke shukrani zetu za dhati kwanza kwa Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, lakini kwa Rais wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi kwamba tunathamini na tunajali mchango wao mkubwa wanaotoa kwenye sekta yetu hii adhimu ya bima. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, napenda vile vile kutoa shukrani zangu za dhati kwa waandaaji wa tukio hili la leo, Taasisi ya Bima Tanzania kwa kushirikiana na Mamlaka ya Usimamizi wa Bima TIRA na wadau wengine ambao wamesababisha tukio hili kutokea na likafanyika kwa umahiri na umakini ambao unauona hadi sasa. Katika tukio hili kulitanguliwa na matukio mengine mbalimbali kama vile bima debate, bima sports, bima CSR, bima walk na mkutano baina ya viongozi watoa huduma za bima nchini na kamishna wa bima. Nichukue fursa hii kuwapongeza sana waandaaji, hongereni sana. Sambamba na hao niwapongeze wote waliotusponsor ambao wanaonekana, platinum sponsors na wengine ambao wamesababisha tukio hili kutokea, na naamini mwakani watatokea sponsors wengi na hawa watasponsor kwa kuongeza. Tunawashukuru sana sponsors wetu. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, shukrani zangu za 4 ni pongezi kwa watoa huduma za bima, insurance service providers. Hawa ni pamoja na kampuni za bima, mawakala wa bima, washauri wa bima, wakadiria hasara wa bima, actuarial firms na watoa huduma wote kwa ujumla, kwa mchango wenu mkubwa wa kila siku katika kukuza sekta ya bima, bila kusahau vyuo vinavyotoa elimu kwa wataalamu wetu ikiwemo Chuo cha Usimamizi wa Fedha IFM, University of Dar es Salaam, Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection, Arusha Institute of Accountants na wengine wote ambao kwa namna moja au nyingine wamesababisha wataalamu wetu kunolewa na kupata elimu sahihi ya kutoa huduma za bima nchini. Vile vile nawapongeza wadau wengine kutoka taasisi ya fedha nchini, kwa mfano mabenki, ofisi ya msuluhishi wa mgogoro wa bima, vyombo vya usalama barabarani, asasi za kiraia, vyombo vya habari, kwa ushirikiano wao mkubwa na mchango wao mkubwa katika kuelimisha umma kuhusu masuala ya bima. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, sekta ya bima nchini inaendelea kukua kwa kasi sana. Takwimu zinaonyesha kuwa kuna kuongezeka kwa mapato ya ada ya bima, kuna kuongezeka kwa watoa huduma, kuna kuongezeka kwa bidhaa zinazotolewa katika soko letu la bima, bidhaa ambazo zinalenga wavuvi, wakulima, wafanyabiashara wadogo na wafanyakazi walioko kwenye sekta zisizo rasmi. Ukuaji wa soko unaonyesha kuwa ni juhudi zinazofanywa na Mamlaka ya Usimamizi wa Bima pamoja na watoa huduma za bima. Kupitia michango ya wadau wetu, kupitia juhudi za bodi zetu pamoja na CEOs, pamoja na usimamizi madhubuti, tunaona bidhaa nyingi zikiingia sokoni na wananchi wengi wakiendelea kufikiwa na huduma za bima. Lakini vile vile soko letu hili limekuwa chanzo muhimu cha ajira kwa Watanzania. Vijana wamepata ajira kupitia uwakala wa bima, huduma za kutathmini, usuluhishi wa madai, uongozi wa ndani za kampuni. Hivyo tunajivunia sana watoa huduma wetu kwa kuendelea kutoa ajira kwa vijana wetu na matarajio yetu ni kwamba kila mwaka kuwepo na ajira zaidi katika nafasi za kawaida na nafasi za uongozi. Matarajio yetu ni kwamba miaka 5 ijayo tuwe na vijana 50% mpaka 60% wa CEOs wote wa sekta ya bima wanatoka Tanzania na ni wa Tanzania. Pia tunashuhudia ongezeko la gawio linalotolewa na sekta ya bima kwa serikali. Tumekuwa tukiongeza mchango wetu katika pato la taifa. Miaka 5 iliyopita mchango wetu ulikuwa chini ya 1% na hivi sasa ni 2.01%. Matarajio yetu ni kufika 3% ifikapo 2030. Tukiweza kuongeza ajira kwa Watanzania na kuongeza mchango wetu kwenye pato la taifa, tutakuwa tunakwenda sambamba na maelekezo na matarajio ya serikali ya awamu ya 6 inayoongozwa na Mheshimiwa Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan ya kuongeza ajira na kuongeza uchumi wa watu, uchumi ambao unasaidia wananchi. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, tunapoadhimisha siku ya bima kitaifa leo, napenda kuelezea maendeleo ya soko letu kwa kipindi cha miaka 4 iliyopita. Na tunafanya hivyo kuelezea uongozi mahiri wa awamu ya 6 wa Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na uongozi mahiri wa awamu ya 8 ya Mheshimiwa Rais wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, watoa huduma kwa kipindi hicho wameongezeka kwa zaidi ya 22.1%. Vile vile wanufaika wa bima wameongezeka kwa zaidi ya 82.4% kutoka milioni 14 mwaka 2021 mpaka milioni 25.9. Hili ni ongezeko kubwa ambalo ni zuri kwa sekta yetu. Lakini mafanikio mengine ni ajira. Kama nilivyosema, tulikuwa mwaka 2021 tuliweza kutoa ajira rasmi 3527 na sasa hivi 2024 tumefikia ajira ya 6916. Hii ni sawa na ongezeko la 96.1% kwa kipindi cha miaka 4, na ni wastani wa ongezeko la 18.3% kila mwaka. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, mafanikio mengine ni mali na mitaji kwenye soko la bima. Tumeona ongezeko kubwa la thamani ya mali katika soko la bima likiwa limeongezeka na kufikia kutoka trilioni 1.2 mwaka 2021 hadi trilioni 2.3 2024. Hili ni ongezeko la 83.3% na ni wastani wa ongezeko la 16.3% kwa kila mwaka. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, mafanikio haya yote ni kwa sababu ya juhudi ya serikali kupitia Wizara ya Fedha kwa upande wa Tanzania na ofisi ya Rais Fedha na Mipango kwa upande wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi Zanzibar. Tunapenda kuwashukuru viongozi wetu hawa, lakini tunapenda kuhakikishia kwamba sekta yetu itaendelea kukua na kuongeza mapato ya serikali, ajira kwa wananchi, pamoja na kutoa huduma stahiki ya kutoa kinga kwa mali za watu binafsi, mali za serikali, pamoja na afya za wananchi. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, naomba sasa nihitimishe hotuba yangu au mchango wangu kwenye speech yangu hii, kwanza kwa kukuahidi kwamba tutaendelea kutekeleza maelekezo ya serikali kama yalivyo kwenye Financial Sector Master Plan. Lakini tunaomba mambo mawili kwa serikali. Moja, pamoja na mafanikio haya yote, tuna changamoto ya kutokuwa na sera ya taifa ya bima. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, ikikupendeza, tunaomba kwa serikali uwepo wa sera ya bima ya taifa. Sera ya bima ya taifa itaelekeza kila sekta kuweka mpango mahususi wa utakatiaji wa bima mali zilizoko kwenye sekta, wananchi wanaohudumia sekta husika, ili waweze kupata kinga za mali, afya na maisha. Ombi letu la pili kwa serikali, mwaka 2022 Finance Act iliruhusu uwepo wa bima za lazima kwa commercial buildings, imported goods na vyombo vya majini. Hadi sasa hatujakamilisha kuwepo wa kanuni za bima za lazima. Tunaomba serikali tusaidie kukamilisha kanuni za bima za lazima. Baada ya kusema hayo, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, na kabla sijamaliza kuzungumza, naomba mpokee salamu kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wetu wa bodi ya taifa CPA Moremi Marwa, ambaye kwa dhati kabisa alipenda kujumuika nasi na amewasilisha video clip yake ya kuwakaribisha wahudhuriaji wote pamoja na mgeni rasmi ili muweze kusikiliza. Baada ya hotuba huyo ya mwenyekiti wetu, nitamwomba Mheshimiwa mkuu wa wilaya aweze kuzungumza nasi na hatimaye akukaribishe kuzungumze na hadhara hii. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Studio, tunasubiri hiyo video.
Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, Engineer Zena Said, Katibu Mkuu Kiongozi Zanzibar, viongozi kutoka katika ofisi ya mkuu wa mkoa wa Arusha, Dr. Sakware, kamishna wa bima, viongozi katika sekta ya bima, wadau wa sekta ya bima, mabibi na mabwana, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Awali ya yote nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutupa uzima na afya na hivyo kutuwezesha kushiriki katika maadhimisho ya mwaka huu wa 2025 ya siku ya bima. Nilitamani sana kuwa pamoja nanyi physically, lakini kutokana na majukumu kuingiliana nimeshindwa. Aidha, nichukue fursa hii kuwapongeza taasisi ya bima nchini kwa maana ya Insurance Institute of Tanzania IIT kwa kushirikiana na TIRA pamoja na kamati ya maandalizi kwa kuandaa maadhimisho haya. Niwapongeze sana, hongereni sana. Ndugu wadau wa sekta ya bima, kama mjuavyo, siku ya bima nchini ni siku muhimu sana kwa sekta yetu ya bima, kwani hutupa fursa ya kukutana na kujadiliana masuala ambayo ni mtambuka na muhimu sana katika sekta yetu ya bima na juu ya maendeleo ya sekta ya bima kwa ujumla, ikijumuisha mwenendo, fursa, changamoto pamoja na tafakuri za kimsingi kuhusiana na maeneo gani ambayo tunaona yapewe kipaumbele ili tuweze kupiga hatua mbele zaidi na kwa kasi inayotakiwa. Aidha, jukwaa hili pia hutoa fursa kwa wawekezaji katika sekta ya bima ili kuweza kutambua maeneo yenye fursa na hivyo kuweza kuona ni maeneo gani wanaweza wakawekeza zaidi na hivyo kuwezesha sekta hii kutoa mchango zaidi katika maisha ya kiuchumi, kijamii na kifedha katika nchi hii, na katika kufanya hivyo kwa ujumla kuweza kuchechusha zaidi uchumi wa nchi na kutoa fursa kwa kuwa na ongezeko la mchango wa sekta ya bima katika pato jumla la taifa. Sisi kama bodi ya bima ya taifa tunaendelea na majukumu yetu ya kimsingi, ikiwa ni pamoja na kuisimamia management ya TIRA ili kuweza kutimiza malengo tuliyojiwekea, kuweka mikakati mbalimbali itakayowezesha ukuaji wa sekta ya bima nchini, kuishauri serikali kuhusu masuala mbalimbali ambayo yanahusu sekta yetu hii ya bima, na vile vile kuweza kuhimiza umuhimu wa kuwa innovative zaidi ili kusudi kuwezesha sekta hii ya bima kuweza kutoa fursa ya ajira, lakini vile vile huduma nyingi bora kwa wale ambao wanatumia huduma zetu za bima. Hivyo nichukue fursa hii ya kimsingi kabisa kuwaomba wadau wetu wote kuendelea kutoa ushirikiano kila inapohitajika kwetu sisi kama TIRA, lakini vile vile kwa wenzetu ambao tunashirikiana nao katika maeneo mbalimbali ya biashara, ambayo kwa kiasi malengo haya ambayo ni ya kwetu kama wasimamizi wa sekta ndio malengo vile vile ya sekta na ni malengo yenu kwa kiasi kikubwa. Hivyo tuendelee kufanya shughuli zetu kwa kufuata matakwa ambayo tumewekewa katika leseni ambazo tumepewa, na hivyo kutoa fursa pamoja na kutenda haki kwa wadau mbalimbali ili kuendelea kuwa na soko ambalo ni himilivu, soko linaloaminika na soko linalokuwa. Niwatakie majadiliano mema katika maadhimisho haya. Asanteni sana na washukuru sana.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kama mlivyotambulishwa, kwa jina naitwa Joseph Modest Mkude, mkuu wa wilaya ya Arusha. Kwanza kabisa namshukuru sana Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema ambaye ametusaidia afya katika siku hii ya leo na kukutana hapa katika mkutano huu wa bima. Pia niwashukuru ni nyote kwa kunipa mwaliko katika mkutano wenu huu, lakini nichukue nafasi hii kutoa salamu za wakazi wa Arusha. Wakazi wa Arusha wanawakaribisha sana hapa Arusha, lakini pia niseme Arusha ni shwari na kuna amani ya kutosha. Changamoto za hapa na pale ndogo ndogo sana zipo, lakini tunahakikisha wageni wetu, kila mgeni wetu anayekuja Arusha anakaa kwa amani na anajisikia yuko nyumbani.
Awali ya yote nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutupa uzima na afya na hivyo kutuwezesha kushiriki katika maadhimisho mgeni wetu rasmi katika mkutano wetu, Kamishna
Dr.
Nilitamani sana kwa pamoja nanyi physically,
Dr. Bagayo Sagwale, mkurugenzi wa rasilimali watu TIRA.
Aidha nichukue fursa hii
Rais IIT Margaret Ikongo, mwenyeji wetu Bahati Gola
kwa kushirikiana na TIRA pamoja
na viongozi wengine na washiriki wote, wanahabari na kila mtu. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, tupo hapa kwa ajili ya wiki ya bima. Nianze kwa kuwapongeza kwanza kwa kuandaa hii wiki ya bima vizuri katika ratiba ambayo ni nzuri na imefanyika kila eneo, na pia mimi kama mwenyeji katika wilaya hii nimeshirikishwa na nimeshiriki kikamilifu pamoja na nyinyi mkiwa katika hali ya amani na furaha. Nawapongeza sana, hongereni sana. Pia katika shughuli mlizozifanya tumeziona mpaka leo mnaendelea na ratiba yenu inaendelea vizuri. Pia mkutano huu mnaoendelea nao ambao pia nao nimepata bahati kushiriki, natoa shukrani zangu kwa niaba ya wananchi wa Arusha, na kwamba wako tayari wanawakaribisha tena kwa mara nyingine na mikutano mingine ambayo ina shughuli za bima. Karibuni sana Arusha. Niseme tu kwa kifupi, Arusha tunamshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Pamoja na amani mnayoiona hapa Arusha, yako mambo mengi sana ameyafanya Mheshimiwa Rais na serikali yake ya awamu ya 6 kufanya kivutio au Arusha iwe kivutio kwa wananchi na mataifa mbalimbali. Kuna miradi mikubwa tunaendelea kuitekeleza na mingine imekamilika. Hapa Arusha hautapita mahali ukose kuikuta hospitali, iwe ya binafsi lakini pia za serikali. Tunazo hospitali za serikali tunaziandaa au zimekamilika na zinafanya kazi katika kumhudumia mtu wa aina yoyote ule, awe anatoka nje au ndani ya taifa letu la Tanzania, na hasa wakazi wa Arusha. Kwa hiyo kama kutatokea tatizo lolote ukiwa hapa Arusha kama mgeni, utapata huduma ya matibabu iliyo sahihi. Hii yote ni kwa sababu ya rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, mama yetu Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Lakini pia tunaendelea kujenga viwanja vya michezo. Tunafahamu katika mipango na jitihada zake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania ni pamoja kuifanya Tanzania ishiriki katika michezo ya kimataifa. Hivi Arusha itakuwa na ugeni wa michezo ya AFCON ifikapo mwaka 2027. Sasa hivi tunajenga kiwanja kitakachoweza kuhudumia michezo hiyo ya AFCON ndani ya jiji letu la Arusha. Kwa hiyo hizo ni jitihada ambazo zinaonekana na ni wazi. Kwa hiyo karibuni Arusha wakati mwingine na wakati wowote ule kushiriki michezo pamoja nasi 2027. Lakini pia kuna miradi, tunajenga kumbi za kimataifa. Najua hapa tunaweza tusizidi hata 300, 400, lakini sasa tunakusudia kujenga ukumbi mkubwa ambao unaweza accommodate watu zaidi ya 5,000 kwa wakati mmoja. Hii yote ni jitihada na juhudi za Mheshimiwa Rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kuhakikisha Arusha inaendelea kuwa kivutio. Hapa nyuma miaka michache iliyopita tulipata tatizo la ugonjwa wa COVID. Hili liliporomosha sana uchumi wa nchi ikiwa ni pamoja na Arusha. Lakini mama alipoingia madarakani alianza na Arusha kwa maana ya kuja kufungua kwa ziara yake au onesho lake lile la Royal Tour, ambapo sasa tunapokea kwa siku wageni wengi wa kutosha wanakuja kutembea nchini kwetu, lakini Arusha ikiwa ni kitovu cha utalii. Utalii wowote utakapokuja kuitembelea Tanzania, kwanza utaanzia Arusha. Arusha tuna kampuni za kutosha na maelekezo ya kutosha kukuelekeza wewe unataka kutalii nini na uende wapi na upite njia gani. Kwa hiyo karibuni sana Arusha. Lakini yote haya tunasema kwa sababu ya amani iliyopo ndani ya nchi yetu ya Tanzania na sisi Arusha tukiwepo. Nichukue nafasi hii kwa sababu mkutano huu sina hotuba, nimepewa kusalimia na kutoa salamu za Arusha. Nichukue nafasi hii niwakumbushe mwaka huu wa 2025 kutakuwa na uchaguzi mkuu. Yaani tutachagua waheshimiwa madiwani, lakini pia tutachagua wabunge katika kila jimbo lililopo Tanzania, lakini pia tutachagua rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ikiwa pia na rais wa Zanzibar kwa wakati mmoja. Basi niwaalike tuwe na kumbukumbu ya hili. Mimi kama kiongozi wa serikali niseme tu, tunapofanya sasa mikutano kama hii na tunaelekea huko, basi tutakuwa na nembo maalum. Kama tunafanya basi pale tunakuwa na nembo maalum ya kukumbushana. Kwa hiyo nitumie nafasi hii kuwakumbusha, najua mmetoka sehemu mbalimbali, lakini pia wako wa Arusha, lakini pia wako wa Tanzania, na pia wako wageni, lakini nyote kwa ushirikiano wenu twende tukafanye uchaguzi mkuu ifikapo Oktoba mwaka 2025. Mwisho kabisa, sio kwa umuhimu, nitumie nafasi hii kuwakaribisheni nyote Arusha. Mtakapomaliza mkutano wenu huu mzuri muhimu, mmependeza namna hii, Arusha bado ni nzuri na hali ya hewa nzuri, karibuni mtembelee maeneo ya utalii, mbuga zetu za wanyama katika maeneo mbalimbali. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Asante sana, mbarikiwe sana, karibuni sana kwa kazi. Mheshimiwa Engineer Zena, mgeni wetu rasmi, sasa kwa heshima na taazima nikukaribishe uongee na hadhira hii ambayo inakaribia kuhitimisha wiki hii ya bima. Bima oye! Asante.
Mheshimiwa Mkuu wa Wilaya ya Arusha, Kamishna wa Bima Tanzania, Rais wa Taasisi ya Bima, nitambue uwepo wa viongozi wote, kila mmoja kwa nafasi yake, ma-CEOs wa kampuni za bima, washiriki wengine wote mlioko hapa, waandishi wa habari, mabibi na mabwana, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kwanza nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutupa neema ya uhai na afya njema. Tumejumuika leo hapa asubuhi hii katika siku ya bima Tanzania, ambapo ndo tunamalizia wiki nzima ya bima ambayo mmekuwa mkifanya shughuli mbalimbali. Lakini pia ni washukuru waandaaji wa shughuli hii kwa maandalizi mazuri sana. Lakini pia kwa kunialika na kunipa heshima ya kuwa mgeni rasmi kwenye siku hii ya leo. Niwashukuru na kuwapongeza pia washiriki wote, kwa sababu shughuli ni watu, hata maandalizi yangekuwa mazuri kiasi gani kama hamkuhudhuria, basi ingekuwa shughuli haijafanya. Lakini kwa kuangalia ukumbi umependeza, na nyinyi wenyewe kama alivyosema mkuu wa wilaya mmependeza sana, mashaallah, hongereni sana. Niwaongezee pongezi waandaaji kwa kweli kwa kuchagua mkoa wa Arusha. Ni mkoa wa kimkakati kama alivyosema mkuu wa wilaya, mambo mengi yanaendelea hapa. Naamini itawapa fursa pia ya kupata uwekezaji katika bima kwenye mji huu ambao ni wa kitalii. Ndugu washiriki, kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu, kubadili maisha kupitia ubunifu, mustakabali wa bima Tanzania, ni kauli mbiu ambayo ni nzuri sana na inatakiwa tuifanyie tafakuri. Tuifanyie tafakuri kwa kuinasibisha na mpango mkuu wa maendeleo ya sekta ya bima 2020-2030, kwa kuangalia hii sekta ndogo ya bima sambamba na maelekezo ya serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na kule upande wa Zanzibar, Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar, kuhusiana na masuala ya viwanda, uwekezaji, lakini pia na masuala ya uchumi wa bluu. Huduma za bima kwa kweli ni muhimu sana katika ajenda ya maendeleo kwa wananchi, kwa kuwa huduma hii ya fedha ni huduma ambayo inachangia kwa kiasi kikubwa, na sekta ya bima ina mchango mkubwa sana kwenye sekta ya fedha. Lakini pia bima ni sehemu ya social protection. Wiki iliyopita nilikuwepo hapa Arusha, kulikuwa na mkutano mmoja ulikuwa unaitwa International Conference kwenye Poverty Evidence. Wanaangalia masuala ya SDG na walizungumzia sana masuala ya social protection. Kwa hiyo kuna wale watu ambao wanaambiwa ni poor, lakini kuna wale ambao ni transient poor. Wanaweza instantly wakawa poor, japo kawaida wao they are not there, ila kwa sababu pengine shughuli zao zile zimekumbwa na janga, kwa hiyo wanajikuta wameanguka kutoka eneo lao ule la kawaida, wameshuka kuelekea kwenye poverty. Sasa bima ni sehemu ambayo inaweza kusaidia sana kwenye kuwakava hawa, ili waishi kwa confidence na kuepukana na kuvuka ile poverty line, kuingia huku kwenye poverty. Na bima hizi ambazo mmezianzisha za mazao zinasaidia sana, kwa sababu wengi, kwa mfano wakulima, hata ukiwa mkubwa lakini hiyo ndo shughuli yako ya kibiashara, ikikumbwa na janga ina maana tayari umeanguka. Kwa hiyo nashukuru sana kwamba mnafanya kazi nzuri ya kubuni products mbalimbali ambazo pia zinasaidia kwenye masuala ya social protection. Ndugu washiriki, serikali inatambua ukweli kwamba sekta ya bima ni miongoni mwa sekta za kiuchumi ambazo zitasaidia nchi yetu kufikia ile upper middle income. Na ni dhahiri kwamba hili linaweza kufikiwa kupitia maendeleo ya kimkakati ya uzalishaji na utoaji wa huduma za bima, na kufanya ushirikiano wa uendeshaji kama ilivyoelezwa kwenye kauli mbiu ya mkutano huu wa mwaka 2025. Nimepitia ratiba ya tukio hili na nimeona kutakuwa na mada mbalimbali ambazo zitawasilishwa, na nina hakika kuwa hizo zitajadiliwa na zitapatiwa wigo mkubwa wa kuweza kusaidia kufanya maboresho ya kukuza soko letu la bima. Niwaombe tusikilize watoa mada kwa makini, lakini tuweze kujadili kwa pamoja masuala ambayo yaliyowasilishwa hapo, kwa lengo la kupata masuluhisho yatakayoweza kusaidia kutatua changamoto ambazo zinakabili sekta yetu ya bima. Ndugu washiriki, napenda kuchukua fursa hii pia kutambua lengo la kimkakati linalochukuliwa na Taasisi ya Bima Tanzania kwa kushirikiana na Mamlaka ya Usimamizi wa Bima Tanzania TIRA, pamoja na wadau wengine wote wa sekta ya bima, kwa kushiriki kwa pamoja kwa kuandaa maadhimisho haya ambayo hatimaye yatazalisha mawazo yenye tija kwa sekta hii ya bima, lakini pia kuendelea kuchangia kufikia malengo yaliyowekwa kwenye mpango mkuu wa maendeleo ya sekta ya fedha 2030. Nina uhakika kwamba kwa sasa takriban 43% ya wananchi wa Tanzania wanapata huduma za bima. Hii ni tofauti na miaka 5 iliyopita. Kwa kweli hii ni hatua nzuri, na naamini inachangiwa na ubunifu wenu nyinyi wote na usimamizi mzuri wa TIRA. Kwa hiyo nawapongeza nyote sana. Ndugu washiriki, niwaombe kwa umoja wenu mtumie ubunifu, teknolojia na ushirikiano kama kauli mbiu inavyosema, lakini na njia sahihi za usambazaji wa huduma za bima katika masoko mapya, kwani ni kitu ambacho nakitarajia kwa kweli kutoka kwenu kwa upande mmoja, lakini pia natarajia kwa upande mwingine TIRA waendelee kusimamia vizuri soko la bima ili mambo yetu yaweze kwenda vizuri. Serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar kwa pamoja zina dhamira ya dhati ya kuleta maendeleo kwa wananchi kutokana na mageuzi makubwa yanayoendelea katika sekta zote za uchumi nchini. Serikali imedhamiria kuvutia wawekezaji kwa kuweka mazingira wezeshi na taratibu bora za kiuwekezaji, na kwa mantiki hiyo maendeleo na mageuzi haya yanaweza kutokea tu ikiwa sekta ya bima itajikita kwenye ubunifu na matumizi ya teknolojia, na pia watoa huduma za bima na wadau wote wa bima watafanya kazi kwa weledi na kwa kushirikiana kwa ajili ya kukuza uchumi wetu ili kufikia lengo la kuwa upper middle income country kwa haraka zaidi. Na hili kwa kweli linaonyesha kwamba ipo haja ya kuweka mikakati thabiti ya kushughulikia na kusimamia soko la bima. Kwa hiyo TIRA kwa kweli mnafanya kazi nzuri, lakini bado mnayo kazi kubwa ya kufanya kulisimamia soko la bima. Ndugu washiriki, tunapofanya kazi ya kuboresha viwango au kiwango cha upatikanaji wa huduma za bima, kutakuwa na changamoto mbalimbali. Sasa hatupaswi kuziepuka changamoto, sababu changamoto pia ni fursa. Lakini badala yake tunapaswa kushirikiana kuzikabili na kuendelea kutafuta njia za kushinda changamoto hizo na kuzibadilisha kutoka kuwa changamoto na kuenda kwenye fursa. Sasa naomba nisisitize mambo yafuatayo kwa ajili ya kusaidia kwenye utatuzi wa changamoto. La kwanza ni kujenga uwezo wa rasilimali watu. Na hili linatuhusu wote, upande wa serikali lakini na nyinyi wadau wa sekta ya bima. Basi rasilimali watu mlizo nazo hakikisheni kwamba mnazijengea uwezo stahiki iweze kutumikia vizuri soko la bima au sekta ya bima. Lakini la pili, usambazaji wa bima za afya na bima za kilimo. Hili na lenyewe liweze kuimarishwa kwa sababu pia litasaidia kukuza soko la bima. Jingine, kuimarisha teknolojia, ubunifu wa bidhaa za bima na elimu ya bima kwa wananchi. Wakati mwingine penetration inakuwa ni ndogo kwa sababu ya ile elimu. Kwa hiyo tutafute njia mwafaka ya kuwafikia wananchi na kuwaelimisha, na watakapofahamu faida za bima watakuwa na wenyewe na hamasa ya kuweza kukata bima mbalimbali ambazo zitakava kwenye maisha yao. Ndugu washiriki, kama ilivyoonyeshwa katika mipango mbalimbali ya serikali, Tanzania inaweka kipaumbele cha juu katika sekta ya bima. Serikali ina vipaumbele mbalimbali, na kupitia TIRA serikali itajitahidi kuongeza uwezo wa uandikishaji wa bima kwa lengo la kuboresha mchango wa sekta ya bima katika uchumi wa taifa. Katika swala hili, msukumo maalum utakuwa juu ya kuimarisha mahitaji ya mtaji ya maendeleo na maendeleo ya ujuzi na uelewa wa bima kwa wananchi. Hivyo basi ni wajibu wa wadau wote wa sekta ya bima kushirikiana katika kukuza, kuboresha na kuendeleza konsortia ya bima ili kukinga majanga makubwa kama vile mafuta, gesi pamoja na anga. Niwapongeze sana wale ambao wameshajiunga kwenye konsortia hizi. Kwa kweli ni hatua kubwa na inaonyesha umoja wenu, na kwa pamoja tukiungana mambo mengi kweli yataweza kufanikiwa. Kwa mantiki hiyo nasisitiza na kuelekeza kamishna bima kuongeza nguvu katika kusimamia na kuendeleza sekta ya bima. Kipaumbele kingine ni kuendeleza ujuzi wa wataalamu wa sekta ya bima kama nilivyozungumza, na hili linatuhusu sote, serikali lakini na sekta binafsi. Na lifanywe uendelezaji huu kupitia bodi mbalimbali za kitaalamu zinaweza zikasaidia vyuo vyetu vilivyopo, na hata kama itahitajika kwenda nje mfanye hivyo, kwa sababu tunachotaka ni rasilimali watu iliyokuwa na uwezo mzuri. Serikali itaendelea kuhakikisha uimarishwaji na upatikanaji wa bidhaa na huduma za bima ili kuweza kuwafikia wananchi walio wengi, hususan maeneo ya vijijini. niwaombe pia muwatumie sana katika kutoa elimu wabunge wetu, kwa sababu hao ndio wenye wananchi wao. Si mnawasikia hata kwenye maelezo yao, utasikia wananchi wangu, wananchi wangu. Sasa akielewa yeye, atakuwa na urahisi wa kuelimisha wananchi wake. Na mara nyingi wao wanakuwa wanazongwa na wananchi kwenye kuombwa mambo mbalimbali. Unajua wabunge wanakuwa kama ni community provider. Akipata janga anamtafuta mbunge. Mtoto ameshindwa ada, naomba unisaidie. Sijui mtoto anaumwa, sikuwa na bima ya afya, naomba unisaidie. Sasa wananchi ni wengi, kila mmoja akiwa anamsaidia hivyo atafilisika. Kwa hiyo akielimishwa, akielewa, bora wasaidie hata kuwakatia, kwa mfano kama bima ya afya. Manake mwaka mzima anakuwa tayari ana bima, si kila anapoumwa baada ya miezi michache mtu huyo unamhudumia. Kwa hiyo wabunge wetu wakielewa, kwa kweli itakuwa ni hatua kubwa. Tuendelee kuwaelimisha, itasaidia sana naamini katika jambo hili. Sasa kabla sijamalizia, kuna maombi hapa kamishna aliyatoa. La kwanza, kuwepo na sera ya taifa ya bima, na la pili kanuni za bima ya lazima. Sasa hili kwa kweli ni la Wizara ya Fedha. Kwa maana hiyo Wizara ya Fedha, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Fedha, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ni jukumu lake kuanza kushughulikia na kuhakikisha kwamba sera hizi zinaandaliwa pamoja na hizi kanuni. Kama sheria imepita tangu mwaka 2022 mpaka sasa kanuni bado. Kwa maana hiyo ile sheria kuna baadhi ya mambo hayawezi kutekelezeka vizuri kwa sababu yanahitaji kanuni kwa ajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba inatekelezeka vizuri. Kwa hili nimelishukua, Katibu Mkuu Fedha atakuwa ananisikia, naamini atalichukua kuanza kulifanyia kazi. Lakini pia nitaliwasilisha kwa Katibu Mkuu Kiongozi Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Haya maombi haya nitapeleka kwake pia ajue, ili na yenyewe aweze kuwapa msisitizo wayafanyie kazi kwa haraka, na hii sera ya bima iweze kupatikana na kanuni za bima za lazima ziweze kupatikana. Kama ulivyosema Commissioner, zote hizi zitasaidia kila mmoja kwa upande wake. Kwa hiyo ni muhimu kwa kweli tuzifanyie kazi, na naahidi haya kama nilivyosema yatafika mbele na yatafanyiwa kazi. Sasa nikimalizia hotuba yangu, nichukue tena fursa hii kuwapongeza Taasisi ya Bima Tanzania, lakini pia Mamlaka ya Usimamizi wa Bima Tanzania TIRA, na wengine wote. Kwa kweli nimevutiwa sana na umoja wa stakeholders wa bima. Hii bima wiki, yani shughuli mlizozifanya hapa zimeelezwa mbalimbali, ya zile za CSR, sijui debate kwa wanafunzi, ni mambo ambayo ni mazuri sana, na yatasaidia hata kuhamasisha watu waelewe bima zaidi, kwa sababu mtu akiona nini bima akianza kuelezwa hapo na yeye inamvutia zaidi. Kwa hiyo muendelee kuyafanya hivyo, lakini muendelee kushirikiana, kwa sababu kwa kweli bima inafanya watu waweze kuishi maisha yao wakiwa more comfortable, kwa sababu wanajua unaweza usiepuke janga, lakini likikupata basi kuna mtu wa kukufariji kwa kuondolea yale madhira, kwa sababu wewe ulikata lakini ile bima. Kwa hiyo lazima watu waelewe kwamba ni lazima na wenyewe watake kuondokana na majanga kwa kuyakava kabla hajatokea, ili atakapotokea sasa basi wawe na watu wa kuwafariji, na wanaowafariji ni nyinyi wa sekta ya bima ambao watakuwa wamekata kwao hizo products mbalimbali. Kwa hiyo baada ya kuwasema hayo, sasa nitamke rasmi kuwa maadhimisho ya siku ya bima ya mwaka 2025 yamefungwa rasmi. Nawashukuru sana kwa kunisikiliza. Sasa nataka niseme jambo moja jingine. Nilitamani sana kuwepo na nyinyi mpaka mwisho, lakini nimepata dharura ya shughuli nyingine muhimu mchana Dar es Salaam. Nimesikitika sana kwa sababu kuna ile dina ya Tanri. Ile na kawaida si ya kukosa, ile inakuwa gababu kubwa. Sasa anyway, ndio hivyo, nimepata dharura lakini nashukuru kwamba angalau nilishiriki na nyinyi jana. kwenye matembezi na leo niko kwa sahizi, lakini nitalazimika kwenda airport kwa ajili ya kuwahi safari ya kwenda Dar es Salaam. Lakini nawatakia kwa kweli mkutano mwema. Naamini kabisa majadiliano haya yataleta mambo ambayo yataendelea kuimarisha sekta yetu ya bima. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi kwa hotuba yako nzuri. Naombeni tuketi. Lakini Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tunakuomba vipengee viwili tu vimesalia. Uifanye hivyo, tukuombe uendelee na ratiba zako kwa heshima na taadhima. Kipengee kinachofuata ni kuhakikisha hawa waliotufanikisha kuja hapa tunawatambua na wangependa wapate zawadi kutoka kwako ambayo imeandaliwa na organizing committee. Basi naomba nimkaribishe Bwana Jared atupatie maelezo baada tukiwa tunaendelea kuwaita watu ambao wanatakiwa wapewe hizo zawadi. Karibu Bwana Jared. Asante. Nimeambiwa niendelee mpaka sehemu ambayo atahitajika yeye. Mwenyekiti, ni kuombe Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, Mheshimiwa Commissioner, Mheshimiwa mkuu wa wilaya, mwenyekiti wa IIT na mwenyekiti wa organizing committee, niwaombe msogee hapa mbele ili tuweze kutoa hizo tuzo, alafu tutaendelea na program. Nitawataja na muwe tayari kwa sababu ya muda. Wa kwanza ni Tandri ambaye ni main sponsor. Atakayefuata ni Sanlam ambaye ni gold sponsor na Mua. Tafadhali muwe karibu. Muwe mnapiga na makofi jamani, au mnaona wameweka kidogo. Tandri, atakayefuata ni Mua na Sanlam. Silver sponsor ni Meticulous. Mua, Sanlam, naombeni muje haraka. Sanlam, muzifungue zikiwa tayari, tuzisije kama boksi huku. Africa Insurance. Baada ya Africa Insurance atakuwa Alliance. Baada ya Africa Re atakuwa ni Alliance. Meticulous. Africa Re tafadhali, kama hayupo mnaomba muweke pembeni. Tutakuwa na Alliance. Baada ya Alliance naomba ATI. Baada ya Alliance naomba ATI. Bumako tafadhali. Bumako, naomba muwe mnawai. Bumako, CRDB Insurance, ATI, alafu Bumako. ATI alafu Bumako. Baada ya Bumako naomba aje CRDB Insurance, CIC. Naomba mwaishe East Africa Re. Baada ya CRDB East Africa Re, baada ya Africa Re Grand Re. CRDB Bank, East Africa Re Grand Re, CRDB Bank. Grand Re, CRDB Bank. Isaiah Lion, Jubilee Alliance, Jubilee Alliance, afu Milembe. NIC. Baada ya Milembe NIC. Baada ya Milembe NIC. Jubilee Alliance. Tunaanza na Isaiah wako hapo. Then Jubilee Alliance, Isaiah yuko pale. Jubilee Alliance afu Milembe. Alafu NIC. Jubilee Alliance, Milembe, NIC. Milembe, NMB na Skyri karibu. NIB Skyri na strategies mkaribie. NMB Skyri na strategies. NMB Skyri na strategies. Okay. Naomba kwa hili zoezi la kutoa tuzo zilizosalia kwa mujibu wa muda tutapata baadaye. Bas, nimepewa ruksa. NMB Skyri Strategies. NMB Heritage Zepri. NMB Skyri Strategies wameshatoka. Heritage Heritage Zepri, Zanzibar Insurance na Max Insure. Zanzibar Insurance, ZIC. Max Insure. Baada ya hapo tutakuwa na Alliance Life, Assemble, Britam, watatu. Alliance Life, Assemble, Britam. Naomba msogee mbele. Baada ya hapo ni Alliance Life, Assemble, Britam. Alliance Life, Assemble na Britam. Baada ya hapo au watatu, Alliance Life, Assemble na Britam. Tunahitaji First Assurance, Imatic Technologies, Jubilee Life. First Assurance, Imatic Technology, Jubilee Life. First Assurance, Imatic, Jubilee Life. Baada ya hao watatu tutapata kutoka Jubilee Health, KPMG and Lighthouse. Baada ya hao tutakuwa na Jubilee Health, KPMG na Lighthouse. Jubilee Health, Jubilee Life. Jubilee Health, KPMG and Lighthouse, please. Jubilee Health, KPMG, and Lighthouse. Then we will have Mayfair, Metro Life and Newton. Mayfair, Metro and Newton. Mayfair, Metro Life and Newton. Mayfair, Metro Life and Newton. Then we will be having OSI, Resolution and Suma JKT. Newton. Then we'll be having OSI, Resolution, SUMA JKT, and ARIS. OSI, Organization of Eastern and Southern African Insurers. Resolution, SUMA JKT, and ARIS. The last 5 one is Bima Sokoni, Insurance Journal, Sustain Digital, SUMA JKT, ARIS. Thereafter, we'll be having Bima Sokoni, Insurance Journal, Sustain Digital. Bima Sokoni, Insurance Journal, and I'm told the Bima Sokoni tag is not there. We can use as symbolic, then we'll be preparing for it. Bima Sokoni, Insurance Journal, Sustain Digital. Only 2 minutes. All right. The last ones is will be African College of Insurance, Bima Roundtable, and Sustain Digital. African College of Insurance, Bima Roundtable, and Sustain Digital. Bima Roundtable and Sustain Digital. ASIP, Sustain, Bima Roundtable. Mwenyekiti, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kwa mujibu wa orodha yangu hapa tumefanikiwa kuhitimisha. Tunashukuru sana. Sasa kuna nomuita Jared, karibu.
Nakushukuru sana. Nafikiri na mimi nitajitahidi niende kwa pesi yako hiyo, Bwana Oyuke. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, kila mwaka kuna wadau tunawatambua kwenye Hall of Fame. Na bahati nzuri kamati ya maandalizi na Governing Council wamepewa hii nafasi ya kutambua wale walioleta mchango katika soko la bima. Na mwaka jana nafikiri tumelifanya kwa ufasaha zaidi, na naomba niwatambue hawa kwa vigezo vyao. UNDP, sorry. Pole sana. We really apologize. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, mwaka huu tumetambua makampuni pia ambao wameleta mchango mkubwa sana katika tasnia ya bima, na haya makampuni mawili yalianzia kama brokers na sasa hivi ni makampuni ya bima Tanzania. Moja ni Bumaco. Bumaco walianza kama Bumaco Insurance Brokers. Leo Bumaco ni Bumaco Insurance Company. Representative wa Bumaco akifuatiwa na Milembe. Milembe walianza kama Milembe Insurance Broker na sasa hivi Milembe ni Insurance Company. Tunatambua uwepo wao, na kwa sababu wamekuwa kampuni wanaendelea hata kutoa ajira. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, kuna brokers ambao walianza kama agents tangu liberalization of insurance in Tanzania. Leo wanaendelea kudunda kama brokers. Walianza kama small agents, tena nafikiri ofisi ilikuwa na mtu moja, na leo they are full-fledged brokers. ARIS walianza kama agent tangu enzi hizo, na leo ni insurance brokers. Busara naambiwa alianza kwenye mfuko ya mtu mmoja. Busara kama hayupo. Impex wengine hawapo. Milmar walianza, nafikiri naambiwa alianza kwenye ofisi ndogo sana, lakini leo Milmar ni Milmar Insurance Brokers kubwa. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, kuna makampuni ya Kitanzania anao pia wamefungua milango kwenye nchi za nje. Makampuni ya Kitanzania na sasa hivi wako nchi za nje. Alliance Insurance, ambayo Alliance wako Uganda. Alliance Insurance. Aris wamepanua wigo. Sasa hivi kuna Aris Kenya, Aris Uganda, lakini head office bado iko hapa Tanzania. Hongereni sana. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, hii kategori ni kategori nzito kidogo. Tumeona mchango wao kwa kadri ndugu mgeni rasmi, tumeona mchango wao kadri tulivyoanza maandalizi ya wiki ya bima. Wamekaa na sisi Bennett kwa Bennett. Zakaria Muyengi anatoka ofisi ya Tira, kweli amejitahidi sana kwa ushauri, yuko tayari. Sijamwona, lakini ningempenda director wake achukue kwa niaba yake. Amejitahidi sana. Alikuwepo hata kwenye bima debate full day. Alikuwepo kwenye bima sports full day. Nafikiri mwakani hawa ndo inabidi na walipia hata waje kwenye shughuli kama hizi. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, mwingine ambaye mchango wako umeonekana sana hata kwenye vikao na uzuria akosi ni Commissioner wa Insurance Dr. Bagayo Sakware. Tulikuwa naye kwenye bima debate, yeye alikuwa referee. Jana tumekuwa naye, na hata sio sisi tu, hata tiba nafikiri mtakubaliana na mimi kwamba shughuli zote commissioner anakuepo mwanzo mwisho. Mungu akubariki sana. Mwisho, ndugu mgeni rasmi, balozi wa bima Engineer Zena mwaka jana amekuepo na sisi mwanzo mwisho. Jana alikuepo kwenye bima walk na akatoa damu. Mungu akubariki sana. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi na jopo lako. Sasa kipengee cha mwisho kabisa ni picha 6 tu. Naomba tupande hapa. Nitawaita hayo magrupu. Kundi la kwanza ni hili ambalo linapanda, ambalo litakuwa na mgeni rasmi mkuu wa wilaya, kamishna wa bima Mama Margaret Kongo na mwenyekiti wa organizing committee. Baada ya hapo, tukishapata hiyo picha, naomba watu wafuatao wasogee. Tandri, wawakilishi kutoka Tandri, wawakilishi kutoka Sanlam na Mua, na wawakilishi kutoka Skyri na Meticulous. Narudia, Tandri, Mua, Sanlam, Mua, Sanlam, Skyri na Meticulous. Hilo ni kundi la kwanza. Vile na UNDP representative, please, UNDP representative, if you're here, kindly join to this group photo. Meticulous, this is a group photo for those companies that I've mentioned, please. After this one, please, can we go? We'll be having wapiga picha mjaturuhusu, eh? Are we done? Not yet. How long does it take? Is it just a click? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate. We'll be having a debate which is including ASIP, CRDB, DMETA, and TIRA. So, representative from those institutions, may you kindly proceed to the platform. ASIP, CRDB, DMETA, and TIRA. This is for debate. ASIP, where is Tira? Is it by default that commissioner is Tira? Directors wa Tira, wameniambia directors wa Tira mje. Tafadhali, directors and managers who are here from Tira, please, may you proceed forward. You can just wait because you just wait. This was Tira and yes. Mimi ni MC tu jamani. Madirekta wa Tira, msikasirike kama nimewasahau, mniwie radhi. Kweli ile zawadi ilikuwa ni sahihi. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tazama walivyokuja. Hao ni madirectors. Ilikuwa ni sahihi. Kamiti imetenda haki. Right after this we'll be having partners, which is Bima Sokoni, Insurance Journal, Sustain Digital, and Bima Roundtable. Right after this, we'll be having partners who have Bima Sokoni, Insurance Journal, Sustain Digital, Bima Roundtable. May you please karibuni huku mbele. Hayo makundi niliyoyataja. Okay, asante. Bima Sokoni, Insurance Journal, Sustain Digital, and Bima Roundtable. Baada ya hapo, tutakuwa na panelists. Panelists and the keynote speakers. It will be your turn after the partners. Please, partners, Bima Sokoni, Insurance Journal, Sustain Digital, Bima Roundtable. The panelists, tafadhali, keynote speakers, please. After this, we'll be having two last items, which is Governing Council and bronze sponsors. So bronze sponsors, you will come right after this, and then you will finalize with the Governing Council. Bronze sponsors, please issue here. May we, bronze sponsors. Bronze sponsors. At least one representative from one company. You can't have double chance, fourth chance, and 50 chance. We just have one chance equally. Bronze sponsors. The bronze sponsors, tafadhali, if you many will just split into two groups. We can they can't close up. They have already closed up. Or maybe they will share the treaty and the business. Nyuma hakuna nafasi. Can you split into two? For those outliers, please. If you happen to be in an outlier position, please, let's please 2-2-2. Yes, now you can proceed. Frame them into your frames. I think they are done, eh? The first group is done. Let's go to the second group, eh? Then you should be doing it haraka haraka, sio? Kwa sababu muda nao unaenda. Ila iwe picha nzuri. The photo should come out neat and marvelous and glamorous. hilo linatupa funzo organizer siku nyingine tujue kwamba sio wote tuko sawa. Ukifanya hivi na siku tutafika huko kwenye umri. There are CEOs in this room. It's not that I neglected you. I wanted to have it with impact because it's the last one. CEOs from insurance companies. This will be 3 groups, I presuppose, because you are many. CEOs and directors from insurance companies and insurance brokers who are here. We'll be having 3 groups at least. Director. Okay, sir. Chairman. Ni directors tu. Naombeni tukae tupate picha. Kama tuko wengi naomba tu hii mmeniambush kidogo lakini nakubali. Tumekuwa wengi kidogo, naomba tu split. Can you split please? We split into groups. Yeah. Yeah, we have to go that side. We'll wait for the second group. All right, wapiga picha tuendelee. Zitoke vizuri, hawa ndio waliosababisha fedha zije huku. Governing Council ipate hela. Asanteni sana. The first group, thank you very much. Let's have the next group. You pass this way. You pass through this way. Yeah, mtoke huku. Yeah. Wale ambao mjapiga msijisahau na mkajiunga na mstari mkaondoka. Kwa sababu naona mnaendelea kuja tu. Bado kuna kundi la 3 sasa. Hili itabidi tuende tupande paka kundi la 3. Wamekuwa wengi. Bado wamekuwa wengi. You wait for the last one. Yes, thank you for your patience. And more importantly, the patience of the guest of honor. Yeah, atakuja. Yes, you can join them. You're the last one. Can you close up, please? Asante. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, niwie radhi kwa busara za mwenyekiti wa bodi ya ZIC ameniomba tupate chairmans of the boards. Picha ya mwisho. Chairmans of the boards who are here, please. Chairman of the boards. Because I'm told the board without the chair is not a board. Because we start with the chair, then the others follow. Naomba picha hiyo ya mwisho. Wameniambia governing council na organizing committee. Hiyo ndio itakuwa ya mwisho. Hii ni wenye viti wa bodi. Governing council. Governing council ya IIT na kamati naomba muje pamoja. Governing council and the organizing committee, please, may you come. That will be the last photo. And by that time, I appreciate the patience of the guest of honor. We have spent almost 20 to 30 minutes in 2 items, but with your permission and green light, we appreciate. The governing council and the organizing committee, they are coming slowly. It seems they are exhausted. We are very sorry for putting up this, but we appreciate and we are very glad that this has happened. I know you have run up and down, but yeah, something came out of it, and it's nice and marvelous. Nadhani tumehitimisha. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, nashukuru sana, tunashukuru na tunakuomba uendelee na ratiba zako. Zawadi ya mgeni rasmi ambayo ndio ya mwisho. Kuna zawadi ya mgeni rasmi tena. Ilikuwepo ni zawadi ya mgeni rasmi ndio tunafanya ya mwisho. Naombeni zawadi ya mgeni rasmi iletwe kwa kushiriki nasi na yes. Yaongezeke kidogo ama alichopewa sio kizuri. Hebu pigeni makofi kwa ajili ya alichopewa jamani. Shukrani sana. And that marks the end of our program this morning, official opening ceremony. Inaomba tumruhusu mgeni rasmi aendelee na tunaweza tukasimama tukiwa tunamwaga anaendelea, na kipindi hicho tutaenda kwa chai na tutarejea baada ya nusu saa. Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you very much, delegates. That marks the end of opening ceremony. And because we are way beyond our time, we will go for tea for the next 30 minutes. We'll be back here at 11:30. May we please utilize that time partly so that we can be here at 11:30. Naombeni tuendelee kwa chai. Ushers and secretariat, please usher people for tea. We'll be using only 30 minutes. 11:30 we'll be back here. from Meticulous. Those from Meticulous, eh? Gerard Michael Manyama. If you're among us, maybe that's where from Peter is from Meticulous. From Meticulous. Yes, all of them are from Meticulous. Peter, we have Gerard Michael Manyama. Gerald. We have to clap for Meticulous. They have so many qualifiers. We have Felista Mbegete. Felista Mbegete from debate winners. This is debate winner, and she is from Meticulous. Okay. No, this. That also from Meticulous. So those. Now these are the debate winners. Debate winner. We have Karen Mdolwa from UDSM. Karen Mdolwa. No one to pick for her? Karen Mdolwa from University of Dar es Salaam, a debate winner. May someone pick for her? Karen James Ndika. What is happening with the Karens? They are all winners. Karen James Ndikwa. Maybe someone go and pick for her. They are still taking tea. We have Esther Ernest Basaya. Esther Ernest Basaya. Debate winners. David Baptista Bitaho. This seems to be botched. But we are remaining with an item, which is appreciation certificate to the immediate past chair. I'm advised that we can do it later. The certificate is not here. Thank you very much for that. May we clap for all those certifications and vehemently for Meticulous. That's not vehement clapping. Can we clap vehemently for Meticulous? I appreciate and I thank you so much for that. Now that we have concluded that item, it's time now to start our program. And may I welcome the resident representative from UNDP Tanzania, Shageki. The other name is a bit complex. He will assist me to pronounce it. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My family name is Komatsubara. It's too long, so yesterday when I attended the roundtable CEO, we agreed Shigeki K is good enough. So thank you very much. Engineer Zina Ahmed Said, Chief Secretary and Secretary of the Revolutionary Council of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, District Commissioner of Arusha, Honorable Joseph Mkude, Honorable Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Bagayo Sakuale, President of Insurance Institute of Tanzania, Margaret Ikongo, heads of insurance and reinsurance companies, CEOs and board members, all representatives from insurance industry, led by all insurance associations, distinguished guests from government ministries and institutions, and all our friends from the media and development partners, and all protocol observed. Habari za asubuhi. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. I think this is the most important part of my presentation. it is both an honor and a pleasure for me to join you today at the 2025 Annual Insurance Day. On behalf of UNDP Tanzania, I wish to reaffirm our strong partnership with the government of the United Republic of Tanzania and the insurance industry. This gathering is more than ceremonial. It is strategic. It offers us a moment to reflect, challenge ourselves, and align toward one shared goal, unlocking the full potential of insurance to support inclusive growth, national resilience, and sustainable development. This meeting is even more important as Tanzania finds itself at the critical juncture of its development journey. I know some of the participants may have heard from me yesterday, but allow me to elaborate why I think so by giving several perspectives to look at Tanzania today. First, Tanzania is rapidly emerging as a middle-income powerhouse for the future. Tanzania's economy will double the size in 10 years, according to IMF. During the same period, Tanzania's population would approach 100 million. While doing so, per capita GDP of Tanzania will continue to increase from current 1,200 USD, bringing Tanzania steadily into middle-income economy. Tanzania is blessed with a gift of nature, not only with food self-sufficiency of more than 140%, and one of the lowest energy cost thanks to, among many, completion of Nyerere Hydro Dam, but also possessing, if I remember correctly, 28 out of 31 strategic minerals the world would need. On top of these, Tanzania is blessed with abundant potential for green, blue, and orange economies to continue to provide value additions. Tanzania's commitment to protecting environment is now providing Tanzania with a dividend in the form of record tourist numbers, as we witnessed here in Arusha, and tourism becoming the largest forex earner for the country. Looking at Indian Ocean, Tanzania's economic exclusion zone, EEZ, with its huge untapped potential, is equal to at least 25% of its landmass. Looking to the future, cultural and contents industry also has a great potential to grow, as we witness in Dar es Salaam, Arusha, Zanzibar, and everywhere. According to Tanzanian Investment Center, Tanzania is already generating so much resources from within the country, and domestic resource mobilization is rapidly catching up with foreign direct investments. With conservative macroeconomic and debt management, Moody's Investor Service last year upgraded Tanzania's credit rating. Last but quite importantly, amidst the increasingly unpredictable and destabilized global situations, Tanzania has strong sense of national unity, peace, and stability, without which economic growth is not possible. Secondly, Tanzania is uniquely positioned as a linchpin of growing East Africa and Southern Africa. Until DRC was admitted to EAC in 2022, Tanzania had been the only country with a membership of both East African Community and Southern African Development Community, providing access from Somalia to Cape Town. This geographical advantage will increase even more as Tanzania will continue to gain its gravitas as its economy continues to grow. Steady and strategic upgrading of infrastructures to extend supply and value chains from Africa inland to Tanzania and Indian Ocean is a visible testament of the increasing reach and influence of Tanzania in East and Southern African economic zones. Further, African Continental Free Trade Area can present Tanzania's and its insurance industries with significant opportunities to extend its service and influence for a larger and more integrated market. Sadly, looking beyond the African continent, Tanzania is likely to become one of the driving engines of the global south. As we know, from Lehman shock and COVID-19 shock, it was Africa and Asia which recovered first and the fastest. If you look at the IMF data mapper online, you can see that India and East Africa will continue to be the fastest growing regions of the world in coming years, and thus global south, as they are capitalizing on each other to create wealth with deep and strong linkage with goods, services, technologies, as well as humans. As we know, top investors to Tanzania are already coming from the East, including China, India, Mauritius, and many others. It is more than symbolic that the President of the Republic, since October 2023, when I arrived in this country, has visited India, Indonesia, South Korea, and China, among others. This is foresight, not just coincidence. As Tanzania continues to emerge as a significant middle-income market, as well as sub-regional and regional economic power, and one of the engines of the global south, necessity and opportunities for Tanzania's insurance industry are limitless, perhaps only to be limited by the lack of creativity, imagination, and courage on our part. While middle-income economy offers so much opportunities, it could present, of course, new challenges too. At macro level, it could produce new gaps. For example, between urban and rural, men and women, young and old, have and have-nots, which could undermine the very conditions of sustained economic growth, national unity, peace, and stability. Managing risks by extending safety nets for as many people as possible, insurance industry can make important contributions to encouraging Tanzanians not only to stay safe and secure, but also to take calculated risks and invest in future opportunities and potentials. The middle income economy is also about value addition economy. We cannot plan our future as the extension of our past. We would need new sets of skills, talents, leaderships to navigate this brave new world we are embarking on. We need to invest in the next generation Tanzanians. And for this purpose, UNDP is outreaching and partnering with top universities in Tanzania, and I hope insurance industry will join us in good numbers. Despite these great promises, which I outlined, both globally and locally, insurance remains under-leveraged. In sub-Saharan Africa, penetration remains below 3%. Here in Tanzania, it stands at around 2.01% of GDP, as I learned from the commissioner yesterday, while the sector has shown impressive growth, with gross premium rising to 1.4 trillion Tanzanian shilling in 2024. Coverage gap remains in such areas as agriculture, health, and micro insurance spaces. matured economy would require diversity and availability of risk management tools. In other words, more extensive insurance ecosystem. Last night, after very engaging and informative discussions with CEOs, I tried to recall personally how many insurances I have with me as I talk. I cannot cover all of them, but at least I can say I have one small and fixed menu life and damage insurance run by local cooperatives and postal services on non-profit basis. You do not have much choice on the content, but it's easy, premium is low, payout is quick, and excess profit is reimbursed to members every year, further pushing down the premiums you have to pay. I also have fire and damage insurance for my home in Tokyo, run by a private company, but the earthquake insurance is mandatory and it's subsidized by the government with maximum insurable amount capped. I have income insurance by a private company, which, if something happens to me, will provide monthly income to my family until I hypothetically become 60 years old. You know, you cannot count the age when you're dead, but anyway. Life insurance with variable investment options for bonds and stocks, from which I really benefited over 20 years of holding those insurance policies. To support Tanzania's accelerated, inclusive, and equitable growth into the future. The government leadership has created an enabling environment for the industry to grow. The government is looking to the future and reviewing various regulatory frameworks in consultation with you. Digital technologies, customer-focused product development, and efforts to serve underserved populations are shaping the industry's transformation. Digital transformation is presenting exciting opportunities to improve the access to insurance for all Tanzanians. To further accelerate these positive trends, we need to be creative and innovative. These may not be the traits encouraged in the insurance industry. However, in this time of great unpredictability and uncertainty, not innovating is one of the biggest risks for any businesses. Innovation needs safe spaces for wider stakeholders to come together, share experiences and insights, roll up our sleeves, and try new ideas. Evolving and nurturing insurance ecosystem for middle income and beyond would require all stakeholders, including government, insurance industry, private sector, individuals, academia, mass media, young and old, to create new solutions and opportunities for the future. All the more the reason why I am very pleased and honored to be here with you yesterday and today. Since 2022, UNDP's insurance and risk financing work in Tanzania has focused on building market systems that are inclusive, sustainable, and scalable. Our work revolves around 3 pillars. 1, integrating insurance into development planning. 2, strengthening inclusive insurance ecosystems. And 3, enhancing sovereign risk financing. We approach this through advocacy, policy support, capacity development, research and evidence generation, and the design of scalable insurance and risk financing products. In collaboration with the government, the Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority and the insurance industry, UNDP is supporting the institutionalization of agricultural insurance to strengthen resilience amongst smallholder farmers. We are co-developing products such as bundled input insurance packages, weather index solutions insurance, and area yield approaches tailored to Tanzanian realities. Under our Financial Resilience to Agriculture initiative, UNDP is working with the government to design smart subsidies, de-risking instruments, and policy incentives to attract private sector investment. Through the Insurance and Risk Finance Facility, IRFF, UNDP is supporting over 35 countries to unlock insurance-based solutions for development. From climate risk insurance in Indonesia to parametric disaster coverage in the Philippines to integrated disaster financing in Ghana, where I served once, these experiences offer very valuable lessons for Tanzania. So looking to the future, how can we expand the collaborative space for more diverse and accessible insurance products and services? How can we continue to enhance dialogue between regulators and the insurance sector? How can we ensure the savings and investment culture is promoted through integrating risk management, including insurance, into planning? How can we nurture robust and agile data ecosystem to support informed risk-taking, in other words, insurance? These are some of the questions I wish to listen to you and learn from you so that UNDP can make effective contribution to the insurance ecosystem in Tanzania. Colleagues, as French calls insurance assurance, insurance is more than a product. It is our promise, a promise of protection in times of crisis, a promise of opportunity to take risks and grow, a promise of dignity for all Tanzanians, leaving no one behind. UNDP is committed to working with the government and the insurance industry of Tanzania to invest in the prosperous future of Tanzania, by Tanzania, and for Tanzania. Asanteni sana.
answered by the next panel. But before we go to that panel, allow me to bring on the podium, on the Latin, Mr. Basimire. As he comes, Mr. Basimire is the current MD for Vodacom Tanzania PLC. He has an experience of 15 years as international leadership, and also is a sitting chairman of the Tanzania Mobile Network Operation Association. That's to mention a few. He told me he will be here for the next 40 minutes, but we agreed, we discussed maybe 12 minutes will be good. Welcome, brother.
A farmer in Njombe loses his entire harvest to drought. A mother in Dodoma walks out of a clinic unable to pay for her child's treatment. A boda rider in Arusha watches his savings vanish after an accident, not because they failed to work hard, but because they had no safety net. That's the story of millions of Tanzanians today. And it's a story we can change. And that's why we are all here this week and today. Ndugu zangu, habari za asubuhi. Habari za asubuhi. Wazima. Good. Insurance should be a tool for dignity, not a privilege. But right now, the question we should ask, does it work for most Tanzanians in that way? My goal is to outline how we can shift insurance from being distant and misunderstood to being accessible, trusted, and relevant to daily life. Let's begin with the numbers. Insurance penetration is defined as gross premiums written as a percentage of GDP, and globally, the average is around 7%. In South Africa, the figure stands at about 11.3%. In Namibia, it's about 7.8%. In Kenya, it's at about 2.3%. And like you heard from Shigeki, it's just over 2% in Tanzania. And that's according to the Tanzania Insurance Supervisory Department 2023 report. This places us slightly below the African average of 2.4%, but creates or presents an opportunity for even more growth and solutions that we can create. But these percentages represent people. In our case, they reflect that only 10% of Tanzanian adults have formal insurance. That's not stagnation. It's not backsliding. And it points to a disconnect between insurance offerings and the real needs and perceptions of Tanzanians, probably. I don't think we are lacking demand. We are lacking fit, access, and above all, maybe trust. Now let's look beyond affordability and access. Let's talk about belief. According to research by FSDT in 2023, 56% of uninsured Tanzanians said they couldn't afford insurance. But cost alone doesn't explain the story. 40% said they don't trust insurers. Nearly half said they didn't understand how insurance works. And 83% said they would rather rely on informal community-based support. Even when people say, bima ni muhimu, when they affirm that insurance is important, they often don't take action. Why? Because in daily life, insurance feels abstract. Paying 30,000 shillings for a benefit you may never use can feel like gambling, especially when you're struggling to cover school fees, food, or rent. People have heard stories of friends or neighbors who paid their premiums, went to the hospital, and still ended up paying cash. And then there is culture. We are a communal society. When someone dies, we contribute. When someone falls ill, we show up. That's what people know. And that is what people trust. But here is the hard truth. Communal systems break under the weight of systemic shocks. A drought doesn't affect one family. A pandemic doesn't knock on one door. So the question becomes, how do we design insurance to feel like a natural extension of the solidarity people already believe in? If trust is one issue, experience is another. The first encounter with insurance can be overwhelming. Products are often designed for salaried, urban, literate consumers. Many policies are rigid, annual, and require a single lump sum payment. Yet the majority of Tanzanians, especially in rural areas, live on irregular incomes. They earn seasonally, daily, or in informal markets. Distribution is equally skewed. Most insurance agents operate in major cities, leaving rural populations with few touch points to learn, ask, or purchase. Then there are the formalities, ID documents, contracts, and banking requirements that simply do not align with how the informal economy operates. But the most powerful deterrent is the testimony of someone who tried it and felt it didn't work. If your neighbor waited hours at a clinic only to be told their treatment wasn't covered, you are unlikely to sign up. Still, there's a silver lining. On a rather signal bar, or rather a signal bar, over 80% of Tanzanians own mobile phones. And mobile money has become a trusted daily tool for more than 60% of the population, according to the TCI and BOT reports. This isn't just a communication revolution. It's a distribution solution that actually presents an opportunity for everybody in here. Mobile phones can deliver insurance through the most basic channels, for example, USSD. Accessible even on basic feature phones. Premiums can be paid in micro amounts via mobile money. Claims can be filed by SMS. AI-driven chatbots can answer questions in Swahili at any time of the day. In short, mobile makes it possible to offer insurance that is simple, low cost, and accessible to the majority. Take Aircar Africa's weather index insurance, for example. Smallholder farmers can buy scratch cards for as little as 1,000 shillings, protecting them against drought. Claims are automated based on satellite data, no paperwork, no agents. Payments go straight into the farmer's mobile wallet. That's insurance designed to work at a village level, at harvest cycle level, at the level of real life. Another powerful example right here in Tanzania is Jamii Tanzania. In 2016, a startup called Jamii decided to design insurance for the 70% of Tanzanians who work in the informal sector and pay for healthcare entirely out of pocket. Big insurers probably saw them as unprofitable, too dispersed, too difficult. Jamii thought differently. They partnered with Jubilee Insurance and Vodacom Tanzania to create mobile micro health insurance plans. These plans start at just $1 a month, with 12 levels of cover depending on the size of the family or group. There are no restrictions on where you go for care. The benefits cover everything from maternity and eye treatment to medicine, dental, and x-rays. Most importantly, the entire process runs on mobile, premium collection, policy management, and claims. They cut administration costs by 95% by eliminating paperwork. And they did it in a language and rhythm people already understood: mobile money. Jamii shows that insurance doesn't have to be reinvented. It just has to be rewired. Across emerging markets, we're seeing that real insurance inclusion doesn't begin with policy design. it begins with listening. Listening to how people live, earn, spend, and recover. In Sri Lanka and Ghana, Bima designed microinsurance policies that could be explained on a single page. On a single page. No jargon, no footnotes. Just visual aids and straight talk. Because, like Shigeki said, simplicity builds confidence, and confidence leads to action. These markets showed that when products are demystified, uptake follows. In fact, the less people feel like they need to read the fine print, the more they believe the cover will work. Ghana offers another remarkable example. Tigo's freemium insurance model. In partnership with MicroInsure, Tigo bundled life cover with mobile airtime usage. No separate forms, no premium payments, just use your phone, and you're covered. The result? Nearly 1 million people enrolled. Most of them were first-time insurance users. The model removed cost as a barrier and embedded insurance as a daily behavior because people buy airtime or bundles every day. And when claims were paid, visibly, quickly, and without a fuss, it sparked a ripple effect of trust, and insurance no longer felt like a gamble, it felt like a guarantee. In Kenya, Mtiba went further. It created an integrated platform linking health savings, insurance, and mobile wallets, all managed through USSD and SMS. People could contribute a few shillings at a time and access health care through a vetted provider network. This micro-contribution model matched the cash flow realities of informal workers, and because it was digital, overhead was minimal and transparency was high. In India, the Yashasvini scheme leveraged 30,000 cooperative leaders as community agents to explain and distribute rural health insurance. Within 2 years, over 2 million farmers joined. Beyond trusting the product, they trusted the person offering it. Community-based enrollment works because it brings the message through a familiar, credible voice. South Africa's Discovery Vitality shows us that flexibility can also drive demand. By rewarding healthy behavior with discounts on premiums, they turned insurance into a lifestyle motivator. So with my watch, Vitality can see that I am actually in a gym, or I'm walking, or I'm exercising, and I'm active. And as a result, my premiums that I pay every year go down the more active I am. So they've embedded technology into lifestyle. Of course, someone might say, aren't we giving away too much data? But I think it's one of those things that if data is used responsibly and with insights, you can actually achieve something like this. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, microinsurance premiums are deducted weekly from mobile wallets while aligning payments with the irregular income cycles of day laborers and vendors. As I come to a conclusion, so what do successful models around the world have in common? They strip away complexity. They simplify policies into one-page documents. They tap into networks people already trust, such as SACCOs, churches, mosques, women's groups. They show rather than tell. Claim ceremonies, this is important. Claim ceremonies in West Africa are held publicly in some countries. Payouts are witnessed and shared in the community. They also design products for faith. For example, Takaful or Islamic compliant insurance is helping rich populations previously excluded for religious reasons. And they experiment boldly. In Ghana, like I said, Tigo gave life insurance away for free, tied to airtime usage. In India, cooperatives sold rural health insurance with $1 premiums and no individual underwriting. In both cases, the trust was not just in the product, but in the person who offered it. Here in Tanzania, we have everything we need: a mobile ecosystem, a regulatory framework, and a people who already value community protection. We just need to align the product with culture. Let us digitize enrollment with, for example, USSD, SMS, mobile apps. Let us design insurance for border riders, market vendors, and smallholder farmers, not just the salaried staff. Let us train village agents and circle leaders to explain coverage in relatable terms. Let us use storytelling. Let us invest in platforms that allow people to experience insurance before they commit. Let us aim collectively to reach 50% adult coverage by 2028. It's possible. It is bold, but it's possible. And this is a point that Shigeki made as well that I want to conclude with, that let us embrace cross-sector collaboration. And I think my being here is testimony to that. It's not about just the insurance players. We need to collaborate as different industries. Cross-sector collaboration is essential for unlocking innovation and expanding insurance uptake. By bridging the expertise of insurers, for example, you here in the room, fintech innovators, policymakers, and community organizations, it's possible to design inclusive solutions that respond to local realities. From leveraging mobile technology to streamlining access to co-creating trust-driven distribution models, and these partnerships catalyze scalable, sustainable impact. It's not just about coverage, it's about economic participation where it's needed most. Insurance is not about betting on disaster. It's about preserving dignity. It's about ensuring that a mother can treat her child, that a farmer can plant again, that a border rider can return to the road. We must not allow insurance to remain an urban luxury or a misunderstood promise. It must become as normal as mobile money, as reliable as a trusted neighbor, and as vital as the roof over our heads. Let us build a future together, a future that works for all of us, and a future that actually delivers on trust and on our promises. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Mr. Besimire. Menuna amesema ukweli. He has said the truth. Really dissected everything in true colors. So don't feel offended. Rather take those as a part of our exercise and what we should do. Thank you for that. An eye-opener. You have given lots of data. And apparently, in the next session of the panel discussion, where Madam Rose Wada will be the moderator, probably there could be some answers of those questions on those issues that you have pinpointed, you and Mr. Shegeki. But in our country, we have Kagasheki. Probably you are from Kagera. That's why you knew our country very well. So the next panel will be on 4 items. One will be the financial inclusion and the rise of microinsurance. The second will be digital microinsurance for farmers, SMEs, and the informal sector. Probably this will touch more on the keynote speech. And the next one will be how mobile money and insurtech are driving financial instability, stability, not instability, and accessibility. So those 2 items will maybe touch on the keynote speech. Case studies on successful microinsurance models in Tanzania. And this will touch on the Shegeki's building resilience and touching the population. This was really modeled well. Did you check on the program and then you made your speech? Probably. Tukubaliane, tuwezekana mliona hivyo. Madam Rose, welcome with your panel. Madam Rose will be with Dr. Anselmi, Mr. Isa Kisongo, Mr. Tumaini Elibariki, and herself. While she comes, let me read one of the bio. Madam Rose is the Pan-African leader in insurance industry. She serves in 15 countries, almost in Tanzania. Under her leadership, she became a key signatory of the National Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance. So that's what we are going for. And she is a chartered insurer. Let me welcome Mr. Anselmi, Dr. Anselmi Mush. Dr. Anselmi Mush, you all know him. He's an avid researcher, consultant, an author, and a trainer. Probably he's coming to train us, not to write about us. Welcome. Also, let's have Mr. Isa Kisongo. He's an insurer and an insurer professional, currently serving as the country manager for ZEPRI. He formerly used to work with TIRA. He also used to work with other reputable companies. Welcome, Mr. Isa Kisongo. We will be having Mr. Tumaini Elibariki, country program manager for Africa, for Farm Africa. Tumaini has worked for Farm Africa since 2012. He has a master's degree in agricultural economics and business development. So that area will give us a sustainability, how is done. Mr. Tumaini, if you are among us, may I welcome you? Yeah, I'm told he's not around. Probably will share with us his knowledge later. Madam Rose, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Oyuke. Jamhuri ya Muungano ya Tanzania. It's a pleasure to be here. And I think when I was listening to Mr. Shegeki's talking about the undeserved populations and the opportunities that we have as insurers, you know, that we have limitless opportunities. And what is going to happen is that we can only be limited by our lack of creativity. And when we're looking at the issue of financial inclusion, basically we are looking at how can we make sure that the undeserved populations actually get access to financial facilities. Now, Dr. Anselmi, I'll go straight to you. Based on your background and the works that you have done, are you able to give us an overview of the current microinsurance landscape in Tanzania? We're looking at where we have come from and also looking at it from a regulatory point of view and seeing, are we going to be able to answer the questions in terms of have we been able to integrate insurance into our development programs? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. First, I want to take note that you look very smart, very sharp. But I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak in this panel. And I want to commend all the participants. I have attended a good number of insurance days, but I think this is the most attended. I think you have the largest numbers. You see people sitting outside of the venue. So that means you have a lot of people. Now, speaking about microinsurance, and as defined as insurance for low-income household, our market has traveled a long journey. But as per your question, looking at the current landscape and then going back to the regulatory evolution, today, as you look at our market, we have, I think, about 23 insurance companies transacting a volume of about 1.5 trillion in premiums with a 2.01% of GDP penetration. In particular, if you zoom into the microinsurance space, there is a study which is done by the Microinsurance Network of Luxembourg, the Microinsurance Landscape Survey. Almost every year, I think since 2021. So from the report that we have of 2023, which they did a deep dive in our market, which has been very comprehensive, we have about 12 insurance companies which provide microinsurance products. Now, to give you a perspective, across the continent, the survey says we have about 122 insurance companies providing microinsurance. So that tells you 10% of insurers who are providing microinsurance in the continent, in the 54 countries, are sitting in this market. But this number is of 2023. Today, I think we have about 15 companies that are providing microinsurance products. But again, this report says the microinsurance business is run by agents and brokers by 73%, and then you have financial institutions 63%. Don't take them one by one, but holistically. And then you have aggregators with about 47% of the business. The product spectrum has also expanded significantly. Today you have savings product, which has the highest premium amount in the microinsurance space in our market, with premiums at about 118 USD. So you have travel accident insurance, you have motor, particularly for third party, the tricycle, motorcycle taxis, borders. So this is a microinsurance space. So you have motor now in the microinsurance category, and there are other property which are not agriculture insurance based products also being provided. Now, this study says the potential of microinsurance in this market is 65.5 million US dollars. This is about 170 billion. So this is a significant potential. But another interesting insight from this report is the fact that the claim ratio for microinsurance is 20.8%. The median claim ratio, 20.8%. So this says this is a very profitable segment if it is going to be tapped. Now, looking at the regulatory evolution and how we got to where we are today, I can tell you, as you are looking at 15 companies today offering microinsurance, we had for more than 10 years less than 6 companies. There was no appetite at all to provide microinsurance. But there are a lot of interventions and initiatives which have gone into place. And when you reflect, this transformation started around 2009 with the World Bank project, the insurance technical team, and the Bank of Tanzania started to craft microinsurance initiatives, including what was referred back then as a bank assurance framework. I think it was 2010, right? So this started to bring in and expanding the distribution scope. This was 2010, this initiative started. But we see a bank assurance regulation culmination into 2019. So there have been initiatives one by one, and some of the key milestones that I can also bring into insights. After the initiatives of the insurance technical team, we established a technical working group for microinsurance. Now this came in 2013, I think. And then we had a steering committee, and we had members from different ministries, different stakeholders within the industry and outside the industry, coordinated by a microinsurance coordinator. And they brought in the first strategy for microinsurance development in the country, microinsurance strategy of 2014-2016. By then, the Commissioner of Insurance was Mzee Kamuzora, and the chairperson was Mr. Magabe. These are the guys who built the foundation of the microinsurance development that is seen today. Now, from this strategy, the second strategy came into 2017-2019, and we shifted from microinsurance to inclusive insurance. So he says it's not about just designing solution and addressing needs of low-income households, but anyone who is not insured, we need to have solutions that can bring them into the space of insurance. And we had a new regime in this time. We had Mr. Hamis, who was the chairperson of the microinsurance technical working group, and Dr. Sakware was commissioner back then. Now, the advantage that this period had, number one was the commissioner had a PhD in microinsurance back then. And back then, it was the only PhD in insurance. Today, we have several PhDs in insurance in this market. Actually, the latest we have of Dr. Manasseh, you have Agrippa coming in. So that tells you the technical and skills that the market is benefiting. So this new strategy shifted the approach of the market from microinsurance to inclusive insurance. Now, as we were ending this strategy, we again pivoted. We said, these short strategies make it very difficult to achieve significant transformation. So we came in with the thinking of having a longer horizon strategy of 10 years, a national inclusive insurance strategy of 10 years, 2020-2030. All these three period, the focus have been in three things. Number one, demand stimulation. What can we do to stimulate the demand? And among significant activity that was done was the National Insurance Education Strategy to enhance awareness and knowledge of insurance to the public. Number two is supply strengthening. How do we give ability, capacity of the suppliers, insurers, intermediaries, and etc., to provide the solutions that our people need? And the third now was the creating an enabling environment. Which regulatory tools do we need in place to make sure now these solutions can be provided? So on the regulatory aspect, which you asked me to zoom in, we have seen various frameworks and tools that has supported this inclusive insurance development, including the microinsurance regulations of 2013, to the bank assurance framework, and later on having the bank assurance regulations. But today we have the TACAFUL guidelines, the insurance digital platforms. They did not have any belonging. Today it's a category of licensing. The sandbox guidelines, soon we'll have a sandbox. Today we are talking of having an innovation strategy and the current National Insurance Education Strategy. So there has been a transformation of maturity in the regulatory framework, which has unlocked synergy within the industry that has enabled the insurers, brokers, bank assurers to work together to design solutions that can assist our people in the remotest in all sectors of our economy. Now, this exemplifies an adaptive policies, how it can unlock markets. These numbers that we're looking today, the players who are in the microinsurance space today, who did not have appetite 10 years down the line, it is because of the environment. But as we look back now, we're looking into the future. How can we simplify compliance so that we can speed up growth? Because the traction is already there. Now, how do we increase the speed? So if it is a motor vehicle you are driving, let's say now you are at maybe 60 kilometers per hour, how can you get to 120 and 180 so that you can reach your destination faster, right? And what is the brakes? It's the regulatory framework. So we need to look into simplifying compliance and bring into the inclusive insurance space what I call collaborative regulation. So yesterday someone in the meeting mentioned about role of self-regulatory organizations, right? How can we not leave the role of regulation to be the role of TIRA alone, but as industry, how can we work together to make sure we protect the customer so that they see value, so that we enhance the trust and the image of the industry, that we don't need to fight with TIRA, just TIRA need to be there as a referee and pointing us in the right direction. But again, one of key challenge that the market has continued to face in this space is one, fragmented efforts. Everyone trying to do the same thing, so duplication, right? If someone is designing solution in this space, do we need to duplicate, development of the solution in the same space, while we have a lot of subsectors, product segments that we need to bring on board? The other one is the level of investment. The level of investment into these new markets. We need to put adequate resources into research and insights, data that can bring, can enable to make the decisions that are required, but so that the solutions which are brought into the market can reach the population. People will, sometimes they feel like these products are not there. We have products, if you look at the products that are in the market, they can address the needs of, I would say, 70% of the population. So this is where we are, and this is where we are looking at. We are at a critical transformation juncture, but the foundation is there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. I think for me, one of the things that I've taken from you is that there is regulatory support in the Tanzanian market. But that also begs the question, when I went to Worldometer, I've seen that the population for Tanzania is 70 million. And our keynote speaker has said that only 10% of Tanzanians actually have insurance. And out of this population of 70 million, actually 80% have access to mobile phones. And our keynote speaker also then went ahead and even gave us examples of products under digitalization that have been able to provide opportunities to the underdeserved. So, Mr. Issa, I wanted to ask you, ZEPRI is the commercial regulator, not regulator, the commercial reinsurer, meaning that you have information not just in Tanzania, but it's applicable to about 21 countries that are in the commercial state. So maybe you can tell us, how has mobile money and InsurTech driven financial accessibility, not just in the Tanzanian market, but in the markets that you operate in? Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. I think for the first point, I think I need to reflect first on the progress that we have made for Tanzania as far as financial inclusion is concerned. And it will indicate how the mobile money has driven to that inclusion speed. So on the FinSight, FinScope survey, you can see the financial inclusion has increased from 65 to 76%. And most of the key drivers actually the banking and the insurance sector. Of course, banking has grown from 17 to 22%, while insurance has slightly dropped from 15 to 10%. There are quite a number of reasons as to why it has dropped, and it can be explained. But also, you can see the impact that mobile money has, which mobile money subscription increased from 60 to 72%. That's why now we have that kind of financial inclusion. So going back to your question and sharing the experience that we have as a regional reinsurer, I will share some case study, or rather the project that we have that will further reflect as to how the mobile money can accelerate the accessibility of insurance and financial services, particularly to underserved and the farmers. So we have the project that is called the DRIVE project, which is de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement. This is $360 million US project. It's a project under the World Bank, and ZEPRI is the implementing stakeholders. So what we do, if you look in Africa, the horns of Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia, most of the community are dependent on the livestock keeping. So the risk of drought can entirely largely affect the livelihood of the families. So as Anselm said, now we are shifting from the microinsurance into more inclusiveness. So it's not just a project, but rather it's a livelihood of the people. So what does the DRIVE project do? It has two components. Number one is the financial inclusion component, which actually addresses the issue of risk mitigations for farmers. So assume the drought came, and so the cow, the goats are likely going to die, and will have an impact to the family that are living around that area. But number two is, the component number two is actually the value enhancement, putting infrastructures that will enable farmers to have access to insurance, have access to financial services, get their claim paid timely, and so forth. So starting from the component number one, we are targeting to make sure 1.6 million pastoralists are covered, having access to insurance to cover their livestock in 5 years. And these livestock keepers are grouped in about 2,500. So you can feel, you can understand this is a farmer, it's a livestock keeper in the rural areas. Probably the literacy level is very low. And if you want them to have access to insurance, first you need to educate them and then let them have the tool so that they can have access to insurance. So that's where the mobile money, the digital financial services come in as the key drivers for us to be able to reach those farmers. So what we do, we have field agents in all of the areas that have pastoralists. These are grouped. There are formal groups, there are AMCOs, and so forth. We have field agent. So the farmer could register through the USSD code. Yeah, and instead of giving four pages to fill the questionnaire, how does your cow looks like, is it red or white and stuff. So through USSD code, a farmer can actually put the entire risk that he faces as a livestock keeper through the USSD code. For those with smartphone, they can pay and register through the app. So that helps us to do our work as the component one to the financial inclusion. And what happens, we use the satellite data to trigger the payout, okay? So we don't have to wait the farmer to come and claim because we have the satellite data. I don't know whether is that the fact for general insurance, but once you know the satellite data tells you that there is likely going to be a drought or drought is coming in. So the aim is to make sure that farmer is not suffering. We shouldn't wait until it's come. So satellite data help us to trigger the payout, and it goes straight to the M-Pesa account or mobile wallet of a farmer. So I think it's more than just a project. It has brought back the trust in terms of insurance, because we don't wait for the farmer to come and claim for the loss that he has for the livestock. But also you could see how easy now is to do the payment, the premium and the claim. It's through the mobile wallet, because you would expect most of these farmers have USSD code to access their mobile wallet. So you will receive premium on time as an insurance company, but also pay on time as to when the claims happen. But also interesting fact, now back to Tanzania, we have shifted now to COMESA too.
Before you shift from COMESA, maybe you can also talk about the cost. How is the cost to the farmers? Is it affordable? Okay, so why the World Bank is funding this is also there is an element of subsidies. Okay, so the premium part of the project fund is actually used to finance the premium that are to be paid by the farmer. So if the premium is 100 shillings, then 80%
on descending order, World Bank will be funding this premium to the tune of 5 years. And our anticipation is, after the completion of the project, now the farmer could have that behavior we have normalized that mitigation infrastructure as far as their livestock is concerned. Okay?
So, Isa, for the product drive,
yes,
I think there are 4 aspects that the project is able to deal with, to tackle the issue of low penetration.
Yep.
I can see the cost is subsidized, so making it affordable for the farmers.
Yes.
You're also handling the aspect of trust. And out of the experience, when you pay out the claims, then people are also able to actually trust the insurance companies that you are able to make out the claims. But also the cultural factors, whereby you're saying that you're using the locals, like an uncle, to onboard these people. So somehow this project is also able to look at the aspect of cultural factors. Yeah. So I think the DRIVE project is giving hope to the insurance market in our region.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So you can come back to Tanzania.
Okay, so for Tanzania, actually, we play a very instrumental role in supporting agriculture. We have a subsidiary called ECA Africa, and we have the technology which is, it's a muzzle technology. So instead of putting tattoos to cows, a goat, to recognize a cow, you can recognize cow or goat using their muzzles. So we have that technology, and we have started to implement it in some of the areas just as a pilot. So it will help to reduce fraud in terms of claims payout. You see, if Jared has 100 cow and 1 cow died, usually some farmer can come and say, okay, you can put this cow that has already died, which is mine, as part of his claim. So if you have a unique feature to recognize a cow, it will help you now to reduce that element of fraud in the payout of the livestock insurance claim. So that's how digital mobile money has accelerated the access to insurance to farmers and underserved community. And I think ZEPRI has done that in practical way, as a fact for DRIVE project, but as well as extension of its arm through ECA Africa.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go back to Dr. Anselmi. When I was going through your profile, one of the things I noticed is that you do work with churches. And I'd really love to hear what has been your experience selling insurance to churches, because people tend to trust communities where they belong.
Thank you, moderator. Our story with the partnership with the church started, I think, around 2016. We have been working with various churches, Roman Catholic, Lutheran, Anglicans, and etc., to provide life insurance and micro health insurance called Afya Salama and Nyanjema. But the key lesson that we have taken so far is that trust is the ultimate distribution channel. It's not the who, it's the trust. Who has the trust? The one with the most trust is your most optimal distribution channel when it comes to inclusive insurance. Now, when we embedded microinsurance within the small Christian communities, we looked at the numbers, right? So for the Catholic themselves, in Dar es Salaam alone, we were looking at a population of 2.5 million Catholics. And these are well structured. That's the key advantage, that they are well structured, they are well organized. From Rome, Vatican to the most remote village here in Tanzania, being it Kazuramimba, Kigoma, then Tungamalenga in the southern part of the country, there is a church there, there is a leadership there, there is a structure there, there is a database of the families and the number of people in these households. So across the country, we are looking at about 11.5 million in a very structured way. Now, the challenge was one thing. How do you do business in the church? How do you mix business with faith? So the immediate initial concern was, you cannot sell or talk about insurance in the church because this is business. So the job that we took was, how do we align the value that this solution is providing and the faith? So number one, if someone is sick and they don't have money to go to the hospital, the second line of defense after the immediate community is the church, either a priest, or a bishop. Now, this brought that understanding, and they really admit that we have a lot of these requests. At times, we cannot even have money to help these people, and they have serious needs. But number two, this is small communities. If someone is sick, this is the first place that they start to contribute. If someone dies, this is the first place that people start to contribute so that they can organize the burial ceremony. So we say, if we bring a product where people contribute a small amount, and then they can get a benefit that can assist in case of there is a death in the community, then this strengthens the community. Instead of using their contributions to assist in this scenario, they could do other things like education and etc. But the third aspect, you say, the key job which Jesus did were two kind of miracles: healing the sick and resurrecting the dead. But in churches like the Catholic, miracles are not, is not something that is put out there, right? But you say this can provide similar value as what Jesus did. You cannot heal them, but you can provide them with insurance, which may get them access to health care. And those who are dead, you can help them by providing a life insurance. And with that, we kind of found an alignment of purpose and address that. So through all this work, what we have seen is we have the leaders of the church who became the advocate of the solution after we had the alignment. And so they work on the why, while we focus on how the solution can assist the communities. The acquisition cost has gone down. The uptake has increased significantly when you compare to the traditional channels that are out there. But again, the Nyanjema product became the most profitable product for underwriter. You remember I told you about the claim ratios of 20.8%. This product became the most profitable product for underwriter for more than 3 years. And to date, the Afya Salama Microhealth is the oldest surviving microhealth product in this market. Mainly it's because of these partnerships that we have had with the church, but also with the other partners But to conclude this component, our thinking today has been changed when we look at the inclusive insurance market space, that the community provide the anchor. Being it the church, being it the mosque, we have Takaful companies, right, and the guidelines. Being it the farmer groups, they are the force of multiplier. Yeah. They can trust easier the people who are closest to them. And therefore this, if we embrace the community, then we can see value as we provide value to our communities. And as for our partners and the prospective partners that we'll work with, our motto is, let's meet people where they are and with the messengers that they know.
Thank you, Daktari. I think in the interest of time, I know your stomachs might be rumbling, so we don't want to take longer. We would just want to open the floor for questions. If you have any questions that our guests, our speakers can answer for you. Do you have any questions? Omari, please give him the microphone.
Daktari, a huge pleasure, being given a mic by a doctor. So my name is Omari Aziz from CRDB Insurance Company. So from your presentation, you noted the shift from microinsurance to now inclusive insurance, and I'm happy that we have the MD from Vodacom here. They have over, was it 20 million mobile users, you said? And insurance people, we like to ride on people who have numbers. We started with banks, and now what you mentioned made me have an idea, and my question does not even come to the speaker. My question goes to you, Philip. What do you take, on the opportunity that insurance can, bring to the MNO through the inclusive insurance programs that we may, introduce to the country?
Should I take it? Should I take it now?
Yes, please.
Thank you for that question. So, and I think that's the point I tried to make earlier on, that I don't believe that there is any do-it-alone kind of scenario if you want to succeed in this space. You've got to be open to collaboration, and we are open to collaboration. I think one of the most successful, you're talking about distributed insurance products in South Africa is funeral cover. South Africans buy a lot of funeral cover, and the biggest distribution channel there is mobile. So is the product fit for customers? We have the customers and we have the means, and I think that's what we need to crack. Do we have the right products for whatever customer segment we're going to? And again, going back to what I think the panelists are saying and what I said earlier on, as long as it's simple to onboard, simple to understand, the terms and conditions, not giving customers pages and pages and pages, it's a click away, click away, click away. I think you can actually onboard. So we're open to collaboration. We do have collaborations with some of you in here on certain products, and very happy to actually open the doors and say, please, let's make all 26 million Vodacom customers insured customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other question? Okay. So we'll pick only 2 questions. Charles will come to you after.
Who is the first one? Thank you. Now, you mentioned about only 10% people are insuring, isn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Philip had mentioned about 2 vital points about product being simple, the policy being simple, and network should be trustworthy.
Yes.
I'll add few more things which are important. Affordable pricing. You don't have to depend on subsidies or World Bank or within the ecosystem, whether all the participants like reinsurer, insurer, intermediaries, are they doing their best to keep the price low? Because we are talking of vulnerable community, microinsurance, small farmers, they don't have affordability. We need to be sensitive. Secondly, are the coverages linked to the needs? We need to constantly look at it. We need to enhance the coverages to suit the needs. Third, we need to study the success stories at the time of claim and also the failures. I do underline, any failure does not mean it is wrong, any success does not mean it is right. We need to analyze that as well. And we did speak about fraud, and there are mischievous complaints as well. Any complainant is not right. So even in case if you find any complaint to be wrong or mischievous, that also requires publicity, because sometimes insurers suffers at the wrong end because of wrong complaints. This also needs to be checked, because insurers' credibility is also very important as a service provider. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question will come from Charles.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. I would like to ask Dr. Anselmi about the market at large as all. Dr. Anselmi has been working a lot on the microinsurance space and now the inclusive insurance. My question is, as we are in the insurance inclusion now, and we know we need to cover or to address the underserved population. Among the underserved population being women, who are very much left behind, how can we possibly, through the insurance inclusion, address this group, especially with the unique risk that is being faced with this group, looking at the farmers, the rural areas, or those coming from informal sector. I believe with the markets, we can come up with something, and through Dr. Anselmi, probably you can address this in this meeting. Thank you.
So, Madam President of Tanzania Women in Finance, I understand where you are coming from. And in the microinsurance intervention, one of the work that we did was on establishing KPI frameworks for insurance, looking into having a digital platform that can bring disaggregated data so that we can be able to identify how are we faring on gender. The microinsurance network survey cover the aspect of gender. That being said, the National Inclusive Insurance Strategy 2020-2030, which is now being revised to be a 2025-2035 years plan, there is a particular component that address the issue of youth, gender, and people with disabilities. So this is in the strategy. The tricky in the practicality of it, it is sometimes very difficult to design a solution that is specific for women when it comes to designing. But I believe there have been products in the market. For example, I know Jubilee, MJ, at some point they had a motor product for women. I don't know how it fared, and I don't think they're still in the market today. The question will be, as Mzee Krishna was saying, learning from some of the failures and see how we can improve. We were working on a Afya Mama product for women, and then we were asking ourselves, apart from maternity, what else can we give? What is different, right? So we are talking about value-added services, or say, giving them allowance to go to a saloon, for example. So I think thinking differently, we could bring into solution that can address specific need, or at least creating incentives for women to participate more in the inclusive insurance, because they are known to be good managers of credit, for example. The credit defaults are lowest among women, and therefore it means their financial discipline is higher, and this could be a benefit for financial products like insurance. So I think it's something that we need to explore, and we can, maybe the next session that we have will be having cases like this. Thank you very much.
I'll ask Mr. Issa maybe to give us closing remarks on behalf of this panel. Oh, Charles, you did not ask your question. Sorry, please ask.
Thank you, Madam Loss. My question is directed to Mr. Kisongo, and it is on the issue of subsidies. He mentioned that there are government subsidies on this project which they're running. So I wanted to know what is the sustainability on that, because I'm a bit skeptical on subsidy, because if something didn't dive into the people, the government or the stakeholder will provide that subsidies, and at the end of the day, when they pull out, then the cycle goes back to where it started. So I wanted to know if there are sustainability plan put in there that after maybe the government withdraw the subsidy, people can continue using the service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Don't be skeptical. Yeah. So I think the issue that we are trying to solve is not whether we should get subsidy or not, but rather is the issue of affordability. And affordability is a very critical issue for underserved population, and it can be served by either having development partners provide subsidy for the premium, or, as Mr. Krishnan suggested, have an own mechanism that we can be able to make these farmers or underserved population be able to meet the cost of insurance. So I think the issue of sustainability, it is there, because what we want to do is to address the issue of behavior of the livestock keepers, which those guys are very new to insurance mitigation measures. They are not aware about how much is a premium. Probably their earning is quite very low at the moment. So while you're protecting their livestock, you also give them hope to say, if you keep paying this premium, you will be compensated should any loss happens. So I think the element of subsidy is rather just to address the issue of affordability and create that behavior for livestock keepers and farmers to have that kind of behavior even after the project. So I think as the market, development partners, stakeholders, is to create as many as possible, as many drivers possible, whether it has subsidies or not, but we should have that mechanism that will be able to make the livestock or agriculture insurance very affordable, and so that we can improve the livelihood of the farmers and underserved population.
So we are going to end this session. I unfortunately will not be able to give our parting shots, but I'm sure that we have taken a few things from this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Anselme, and thank you so much, Mr. Issa.
You should remain here as they clap for you. You need to take a group photo, the photo of your panel, and then the organizing committee have your tokens to give you. So may we request Madam Commissioner of Insurance and Madam Margaret Ikongo to assist us on facilitating should you come down, because you have already taken the photo? Yeah, you can come down, please. You may come down, please. All right. Yeah, I'm told that we have another session. As you go by your program, we were supposed to break for lunch, but the convention of wisdom is that we have just come from tea, If you can bear with us for the next panel, which will be 40 minutes. After that, we'll have lunch. Then we come back for one session. Are we in concordance? Are we agreeing? Yes, we proceed. Thank you. At least there is someone whose voice has given me that nod. So the next panel, no, but you haven't clapped for the panel. What's happening? Thank you so much. So this row, you have not clapped. So now it's your turn to clap. Only this row. Thank you, thank you. So the next panel is embedded insurance and the future of bank assurance. And this panel will be moderated by C.K. Richards. And C.K. Richards, as per her bio, is a distinguished leader recognized for inspiring change and impact with passion for growth and female leadership. She has been an executive director of the European Business Group, Tanzania, where she managed to loop almost 1.3 billion, is it euro or USD? This is euro. And she is recognized among the 50 women in management in Africa in 2021. She serves on 3 boards in esteemed organizations, and she is a mentor, and she is a visionary leader among many other things, accolades. Welcome. Accompanying her on the panel will be Mr. Hamis Suleiman, the CEO of Salam General Insurance, and then he'll be talking of the seamless insurance integration with digital banking platform. Mr. Suleiman, if you're among us. This is another youthful guru person in the market. He's a youthful guru person, so if you really know that meaning, you really have to catch it up. A youthful guru CEO. That is bio. Another person will be Patrick Mboya, who will be discussing the role of fintech partnership in driving bank assurance growth in the market. Patrick Mboya, if you're among us, karibu. He is Associate Director of KPMG. Oh, sorry. It's Frank Mboya. Here, they misled me. I'm very sorry. The last one will be Tanvir Dike. Tanvir, if you're among us, he's the CEO of Imatic Technologies, and we'll be talking on open finance and API-driven insurance solutions. Welcome. So, CK, you have 40 minutes from now, exactly. Only 40 minutes from now. Take the floor.
Very good afternoon to you all, and thank you for your time. Honorable Commissioner, CEOs, development partners, private sector partners, MNOs, it's an absolute privilege this afternoon to moderate this panel on a topic that is at heart of innovation and inclusion, embedded insurance, and the future of bank assurance. We are not bankers, but I believe this is a key topic for us to discuss. And it being a panel, please, where there are comments, please do feel free to raise them. Where there are questions, please do feel free to raise them as well. We are all here to learn, not asserting expertise. Karibuni. Just as a question to ask ourselves as we start this panel is one of the things to think about. What if insurance was something people had to go out and find? They didn't have to go find, but it's something that found them. Have we thought about it? Now that we are on a theme of innovation, what if it was something that found people and not vice versa? That's the promise of embedded insurance, where protection is built in seamlessly, but also into everyday products and services, a bank loan, a mobile payment, even a ride-hailing app like Uber or Bolt, but often invisible and very powerful. In 2023, and statistics are always out to date as soon as they're published, so in case numbers have changed, please do feel free to update us on the same. However, in 2023, we note that bancassurance in Tanzania contributed to 333.96 billion, and of that, that was in premiums, and of that, 142.9 billion was from general. A statement to the trust placed in banks as a channel, but with low penetration and narrow product ranges, there are massive opportunities to scale this impact through embedded models. It can get only better. What do we need to do? And in a country where mobile money reaches over 80% with over 20 million subscribers, the potential is huge, as we've learned from our keynote speaker, but also people are already and are no longer optional. It's now essential. What can we do? What do we need to do? And for this, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to get to the panel, to allow them speak on this. And first, we will talk to our chairman, Mr. Hamisi Suleiman, who will introduce to us, or rather explain to us, on the issue of embedded insurance. Why is it key? And bancassurance as a platform as well. Karibu sana, Chairman.
Thanks, CK. And as you all know, I don't know how to explain myself, but please bear with me. As a student, I always start with the definitions. What is embedded? Because people may confuse here between embedded insurance, micro-insurance, and inclusive insurance. And as the theme goes, it's innovation. I will just touch on the pillars of innovation, because we always confuse between innovation and imitations. Sometimes we are like monkeys. We just imitate. I throw you a hat, you throw me a hat, and then we say it is innovation. There's quite a big difference between innovation and imitation. So to start with, the definition of embedded insurance is when you are going to buy a product at a selling point, and when you buy it, insurance is included, automatically included in the product. That's your embedded. A very good example, maybe I should first ask, how many of you are banking with NMB? Please raise your hand. How many of you are banking with CRDB? Okay, very interesting thing, and I want to mention it here. Mama Ikongo was, for a long time, board of director of NMB, but he's banking with CRDB, a thing which will never accepted in Italian football. You cannot play for Inter Milan and put a jersey of AC Milan. It's just as simple as that. That shows how democratic we are in this place. So if you are an account holder of NMB or CRDB, automatically you have a funeral cover. That's an embedded policy. Though I'm not quite sure how many of you knows that you have the cover. That's a discussion of another day. So at least now you understand what is embedded. If you buy the Zanzibar insurance travel cover, that's not embedded. You buy it separately. But if you are applying for a visa and there is a condition that you cannot get a visa unless you have a travel insurance, that now becomes embedded. Now coming to innovation, you know the difference between innovation now and imitation. There are 4 pillars. One, it's you have got a new method of collecting premium. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is you have a new customer value proposition. The third pillar is you have a new group of customers. I will take an example of Dr. Anselmi Nyanjema product. I was a carrier for that product, and you've got a new product, and secondly, you've got a new group, a church members, which you are selling. And the third one, you have got a new distribution channel. So that's 4 pillars for innovation. So you must have at least 2 of those pillars to call it innovation. If you have only one pillar, that is called incremental improvement to the current model. So most of us, what we are doing is just incremental to the improvement to the existing models, and we just throw our shirt, we go vestless in the street, we said that we have innovated. You haven't innovated. 4 pillars, you must have at least 2 of the pillars. Just doing the product. We talked about the process. I'm not the process person. It is Tanvir and FinTech guys who are doing the process. These are the guys who are assisting me in putting my product. Very fortunately, you must have a system. I'm told there are some insurance companies nowadays, they're having the Excel sheet, and they call it a system. Excel sheet is not a system. You must have a proper system to assist you with the. I will end up here. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. I believe that was very informative. But to add some light to that, I will move on to Mr. Tanvir. Could you please share some light for us on open finance, as the chairman has explicitly explained to us what the pillars are needed, and we now know it's 2 for us to be innovative and not just put on a vest and walk around with an imitation. So could you please support us on the open finance component so that we could move on to the fintech?
Thank you so much. So I agree with Chairman. Yeah, it is a process that has to be followed. And we IT people, we just don't create process out of our own. We create from the frameworks that are available for us. So open finance is one of the framework. So before I explain open finance, I would want to understand from the audience, have we heard this phrase that data is the oil of 21st century? How many of you have heard so far? Yes. So, yeah. So basically open finance thrives on this oil called data. Okay? So open finance basically is an extended scope of open banking that serves pension, insurance, and investments. So you see, with open finance, I'm sorry. So open finance has actually opened up, you see, opportunities for, I'm sorry. 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 So this happens to me whenever I'm in Arusha. So the idea of open finance basically is to provide transactional data that are coming from open banking. Okay? And open finance takes cues from this transactional data to create products around these financial data. So insurance companies needs to basically take advantage from the financial data that comes from open banking. All right? So you see, open banking basically has opened up opportunity for payment aggregators, right? And these payment aggregators have got access to two services from open banking, that is accounts check and initiate payment transaction. So basically these two services have opened up the whole dynamics for financial sort of inclusion, because customers are paying digitally now and businesses are receiving money digitally. So what has happened in the due course, there has been sort of a surge of account opening by both businesses and also individuals. So while open banking did what it did for financial inclusion, I believe open finance would do two things for insurance companies and intermediaries. Number one, it is going to sort of give an opportunity for insurers and intermediaries to tap into financial transactional data of the customer and build products around it, understanding sort of customer behavior, the spending habits. And then number two, it is also going to open up a culture of API first architecture within the insurance companies, so that insurance companies will open up their systems to integrate with third party, as we heard about cross collaboration that needs to happen across the sector. So it is going to open up opportunity for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we have a second mic. Now that we've learned about the framework, over to you, Frank, to take some time to explain to us in what ways can fintech tools improve underwriting, policy insurance, but also claims processes for bank assurance products.
Yeah, thanks, CK, and good afternoon to everybody. Yeah. I think it's a good question because, as Chairman said before, most of the insurance company actually are still using the Excel forms they are doing of which we are saying Excel is not a system. As a matter of fact, we have to make sure that we build the systems that actually take care of the current innovative technology that we have in the insurance space. And these tools, these innovative tools, the like of IAs, the like of Power BI, data analytics, we are expected to have them to streamline our processes and they keep us as CEOs to concentrate on other part of the business. Probably the system should be a hindrance. Rather, what we need to do, the CEOs need to look for more opportunities, look for more business, and ensure they come up with innovative idea to come up with new insurance product rather than concentrating on the system. These systems are supposed to streamline our processes. Now, in our audit, as I said before, I audit most of the insurance companies here. What I noted is there is a lot of delays from the claims perspective, from the booking of the insurance premium perspective. And as a matter of fact, last year I was auditing an insurance which is based in America, and I was looking at the processes that they have. What they did is they have embedded artificial intelligence in their underwriting processes. What that artificial intelligence does is it can actually have a look at the customer. It can give you the records of that customer, give you the reports, and produce an appropriate fee quote for that customer. I recall, Madam Margaret, you were saying your system need to give you a 360 degree. Now that artificial intelligence give you the character of the customer you are going to underwrite, being it a new one, being it a recurring one, but it will give you the characteristics of what are the risks I'm going to underwrite. Now, basing on that risk scale, the power will propose a fee quote for you to underwrite. What does that mean? It will tell you that if I'm a risky customer, then my premium will have to go up. If I'm a less risky customer, then my premium has to come down, because we are different from the risky perspective. Now, even from the claims, they have applications. I think the CEO from Vodacom has spoken about the apps that can be used. Of course, Doctor has also spoken about it. From the claim perspective, they have the application in such a way that you can report your claim on timely basis. Now, you can report on timely basis and it can be processed. You see, that app can give you the way you can put details for your claims, attach your photos, and the artificial intelligence will actually analyze the photos and give you the reality of how the scenario had happened. In that way, your customers will be satisfied in the way you are doing, and they will come to you. And I'm happy that you have removed, you are going to remove the limitation of the bank assurance from 10 insurance company per bank to unlimited number, which will be very good because it will actually boost these ones, and the competitions will be on the services that we are providing rather than fighting on grabbing business from one customer to another. I think that's what I will say.
Brilliant.
For now.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that comparison to understand more on how other companies and in other countries are using AI, and it's working for them already, because we all do know that insurance companies in Africa overall and in general have been very reluctant to use AI, but it's good to hear that the models are out there and they are working effectively. Now, over to you, Chairman. It would be really good to understand, as Frank has clearly put out some opportunities already, but in our context, for our market, what are you seeing as the opportunities, and then of course the challenges and how those challenges could be resolved?
Thanks, moderator. Let me first take on the global perspective on the opportunities of embedded policy. But first, I would like to relax some of the variables. We are discussing about bank assurance, but bank assurance are not the only one who can do the embedded policy. When we talk about the embedded policy, we are talking about the customers aggregator. Could be bank assurance, could be MNOs, and when I will discuss the opportunities, I will just show where the opportunities are coming from. On the global perspective, what they are expecting in the coming 5 to 10 years, 1/3 of the insurance premium, our GWP, will come from the embedded embedded insurance. And that's about 3 trillion US dollars. I tried to convert it into T-shillings. For those who did indices when they are in school, it is 8 times 10 to the power 15. That's the amount of money in T-shillings. In the afternoon, I was just trying to add what are the opportunities of embedded insurance in Tanzania. For MNOs, gentlemen just said 80%, blah, blah, blah. But that's not money, it's just the number. I just extracted something from Statica. There are 68 million users. If you go to other statistics, they'll tell you 90. But maybe not all are active, right? Yes. So if you sell 1 shilling, 1 T-shillings policy, you will get about 24.8 billion a year. For bolts, there are about 5,000 bolts. And if you take each bolt, it takes, it makes 5 to 6 trips a day. You are talking about 500K, 500,000 routes. We have SGR. For the first 6 months, they took about 4 million passengers. Now, this is very nice. And I know young boys who are just finished their school. On those old days, me and Mama Congo will put 10% to give our parents, 15% for the room, 50% for eating. Nowadays, 10% of the budget of the salaries of the young boys are going for betting. Yes, every week, and this is data from the government, every weekend, 10 million Tanzanians are betting. No, it could be not 10 million Tanzanians. There are 10 million transactions betting every week. Because Saturday and Sunday we've got those Premier League, Ng'ombe League, Mbuzi League, and the likes. So if you take betting, you've got 520 million transactions. That is 104 billion of premium. If every bettor is paying only 200 shillings for the premium, you have to find a product, a suitable product, so that you can, those who are addicted to betting, they can pay for the premium. Now let's come to reality. Bus passengers. There are 10,000 buses which ply up country. 10,000. And each bus has 65 passengers. I'm not talking those who are those who are seated, they are 65. So we are talking about 118 billion if you charge 500 T-shillings. And there is that a product which has been approved, but we are failing how to get it. Now comes to airlines. There are about 6 million passengers. 50% domestic, and so forget about 50% internationally. ATC alone, 1.5 million passengers a year. We had a crash last week, Air Indian. The statement coming from regulator of insurance in India is how to help these victims. And what they are saying is, we know that each passenger who have boarded Air India has got an insurance cover. So you can see the opportunities around that. So we can also make maybe 50% of our cover from embedded policy. We started here in TZ having embedded these iPhones and the devices, phone devices. I'm selling 12,000 devices every month, which I embed insurance. Sanlam Kenya, they started after I started with Safaricom. They are selling 30,000 devices, embedded insurance devices, every month. And, you know, we are 70 million, they are only 40, 50, somewhere. So those are the opportunities. So when you have opportunities, you must have challenges. How do you tap now those kind of business? You need partnership, and as you know, everything in this world comes through partnership, except three, isn't it? It's Adam, Eve, and Jesus, which they came without partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for that very informative piece, Mr. Chairman. And my question, which I do not want you to answer right now, is tunakwama wapi? But maybe you could tell us that at a later time, because I've just gotten a notice for time. And in that, I would like to just quickly move it to Tanvir, and really just quickly give us an understanding or advice you'd give insurers towards adoption of open finance. And then we will move quickly to the security component of it from Frank. So if you could just please quickly give us a little bit of advice on what you tell insurers to do.
So basically what Chairman Kamis just mentioned, yeah? You see, all these numbers and the statistics definitely adds to the business. Now, how does it add to the business? Definitely, you have to have an open finance framework in place within your organization so that your systems are communicating, you know, with these airlines, this bus ticketing system and whatnot. You see, your systems are communicating. So my advice to insurers would be, of course, you have to have a paradigm shift in your thinking. You need to adopt to this culture called API first architecture culture, and be open to integrate. Have your core insurance systems, able to integrate, with these, cross-sector collaboration that we are talking about. It has come out quite clearly. So we have to open up to that, basically. Now, this is one. Number two, how do you do it? So first, of course, you need to have systems that can be easily integrate, with these, third-party systems. So you have to upgrade your existing systems so that they are able to integrate with, with these systems. So that maybe a ticket is issued and a person is insured for the travel insurance. Yeah, I would give you a very quick example. We have partnered with Sanlam and TAN Management for personal accident cover. So I'm sure many of you might have experienced this, that when you have fuel, a petrol or diesel at Puma petrol station, you have paid over mobile money and immediately you are covered for 7 days. How many of you have experienced this? Yeah? So that is one of embedded insurance that Mr. Kamis.
We ran the project for about a year. We ran the Puma personal accident for 12 months. And we have more than 1 million subscribers.
Fantastic.
They were repeating, but they were about 1 million. And the cost was only 100 shillings. But this cost was not paid by the one who was getting the fuel, was being paid by the tech company.
Yes, by the fintech. So this is a perfect example where embedded insurance has worked and micro insurance has also worked. And really, kudos to Sanlam, TAN Management, and of course fintech like Cellcom, who come together. So there are 4 parties all together. See, when you do these micro insurance, embedded insurance, it's not done through one party. It's a collaborative effort. So I believe, these kinds of innovations, innovative ways of reaching out to the customers, I believe insurance needs to look at it. And here are, all the stakeholders involved and available for your support. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And we are perfectly right on time to open up for questions. So please prepare your questions, if any. While we are waiting for Frank to give us his final comment on the cybersecurity and the security component of everything we've spoken about, I would like to prepare my brother Martin Masawe. He's in the room. NMB? Oh, there you are. Thank you very much. Martin, with NMB, I've been made to understand, together with MetLife, you do have a product or an initiative that collaborates with AI. Maybe just to prepare you on that, as Frank finishes this, that you could give us a comment on that. How is it working and how is that development going? Because you would have a local content and context on that. Thank you very much. Frank, please, we do have very few minutes.
Okay, thanks, Siki. And I think we all know what partnership means. It's between insurance company, the banks, and of course the fintech firms. Now, it's a good question to consider as you onboard any of the fintech partnership, as you do any fintech partnership, because of the law and regulations requirement from the data protection perspective. We know we have the Data Protection Act, and we also have the Data Processor and Data Collections Commission, of which we all need to be registered. Not quite sure whether most of us have registered to that. Now, as we do this, it's important to do this because the breach of these ones may actually lead to a massive reputation of your companies and or a significant penalties from the regulator. Now, there is a number of ways that we need to have a look at as you check on your data security aspect. One of it is to ensure you have an advanced data encryption protocol in your company. Ensure you encrypt your data. No one can easily access the data that you are protecting. And the last one, probably ensure you have the cyber, you engage with the cyber experts. I can say this one as the last example. We had one insurance company that contracted us to do the IT maturity aspect of it. And one of it in the scope is to check the cyber maturity analysis. And given our analysis and the outcomes, if you have to scale from 0 to 10, 10 be the strengthened security and cyber security analysis, that client was at 3. What does that mean? Is very prone to the cyber attacks risk. So as you do this, make sure that you have a look on all aspects of the data security aspect.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now take questions. Thank you very much. We do have another notice, so we'll only take about 2 questions, but after the comment from Mr. Martin Masawe.
Okay. Well, I was slightly caught off guard, and being a big guy who loves to eat, so probably my mind was almost to lunch. If I look at the theme and the questions that you've actually posed in line with what Metro has done with NMB, if you roll back some few years, Metro did something called Bima Vikundi, exploded, and if you call it an innovation, yes, it changes a lot of things, listening to what customers did. And after that, they take a good lesson from how the product perceived and how the market received, and in trying to understanding or in terms of addressing those challenges so we can have something which is pretty much tangible. They went on developing a chatbot with AI capability, Right now you can do registration of Bima ya Kikundi, claim notifications, follow-up of your claims. So pretty much the entire journey now is now on our WhatsApp. But now this is not just a normal bot. It has got those AI capability. Speak to it with any languages, speak to it with the street slugs and all that. So this is something from an innovative point of view where Meticulous or MetroLife came in partnership with ourselves to looking into that. And I think from the first speaker, Brother Hamisi, when he was referring into proper innovation, you could have seen the way that insurance companies are trying to do these type of products. And probably we have to challenge ourselves in terms of awareness. We are now hearing about other markets in terms of embedding insurance products towards bank services or any other services. Local banks and these insurers here have been doing that for a number of ages. Take example of Sanlam as well with the product Sheikh Hamis has put in front, the funeral. It has been there for a number of ages. More than 10 years, I think, from 2018. And even when it was African Life, if I go back to when we started with NBC, it was embedded since 2008 via African Life to account holders. NMB started doing it in 2010 and the rest have it into their account. How many of you, with those who have raised their hand, are banking with NMB? If you use your NMB Mkononi today, you have your cover of your phone, you know, an accidental cover of up to 500 shillings for free. You don't have to pay anything. You just transact through NMB Mkononi and that one is sorted. So there are multiple solutions. And since I've attended the previous speaker, probably we need to find a way in terms of how we can communicate better in line with that. And to comment again on the discussions, as we're looking on the future of bank assurance, as your discussions alluded, I want to believe one thing is the future could be bright for the market. We've seen a lot of effort from the regulator, bringing different lines of outlets towards the customers. The challenge or the question that we need to look at to ourselves is how are we utilizing them in accordance to how they were designed. You know, today we have bank assurance can be a very good pioneer in terms of how to travel or how to do a particular type of insurance. But the regulator might bring other sources, might bring retail shops. Instead of us doing everything as a normal person would have done, we remove the overlap and everybody do a piecemeal and create a team. A goalkeeper cannot be expected to score goals, but you have a striker, you have a goalkeeper, make a good team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? I know we are standing between us and lunch, but we'll try to be quick.
Thank you. So mine will be a quick question. There are items that have been spoken to. My name is Hilary Godson from Jubilee Life Insurance. So innovation and the use of technology, I think the two of them cannot be overemphasized in not only growing the insurance sector, but transforming lives. And I think appreciating what our population is currently and what we expect it to be in the 10 years to come, as per IMF data, it shouldn't happen that in these 10 years we'll be reaching there by accident. We need to be very well prepared. So the big question, and perhaps this could go to you, Frank, because at least you're privy to some of the information for most of the insurance companies within the market, is how much are we seeing being set aside as budgets for innovation, one, but second, for IT to include cybersecurity, because I know, yes, we have systems, we will discuss a lot about systems, but then how safe are our systems? Are we covered not to be held at ransom when we get these security attacks? And at our board levels, again, because you sit at least in those committees, do we have these discussions as to how prepared we are in terms of cybersecurity? Again, most importantly is, how much have we matured as an industry to reach to a point where we have budgets set aside for innovation and, again, I'd say technological transformation, because right now, much as we speak a lot of AI and whatnot, this is just one part to help our people draw efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilary. We will take another question from Mama Ikonko and then set for answers.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. It's not necessarily a question, maybe just a comment on what we have been discussing. Mine is on it was also mentioned by the guest of honor, and I think yesterday by the commissioner at the forum. It's the issue of the skill gaps, the talents we need to move to this next step we are talking about. And I think, I'm not sure whether it is real on our agenda, and I think we should really critically look at the skill gaps we have in terms of driving not only those innovations, but the solutions which are supposed to be attached to those solutions. I think most of the companies here, our training budgets are not that much adequate, but collectively, we can do something together. We don't have to do it alone. As we know, the mobility of our employees, for 200,000 shillings, they move to another company. So if we do it collectively, what we are doing actually, we are developing skills for the market. So I think you should support initiatives from the institutes, the college, IIT, and other trainers on developing skills for the market, because that's what we need. All we are talking about here, we need a complete set of new skills. Yeah? This is my comment. So when we bring proposals, please, we don't have to beg. We are doing it for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that deserves a hand of applause. Over to you, Frank, for the answer of that, and then we will break off.
Yeah, thank you, Hilary, for your questions on the budgets and how secured are your system. Well, as a matter of fact, everybody is currently undergoing digital transformations. As such, budgets are being set by every company that I have at least seen. From the safety perspective, I have alluded to before, okay, some are secured, very well secured, others not. And you may not, even in our audits probably, this is something that we have been reporting every now and then in the board meetings, that we cannot rely your IT control systems because there is a lot of weaknesses. So for me to take a risk of signing the opinion whereby we have a lot of IT control systems, you see, I'm taking a very significant risk. So in a way, they are secured, but not to the level that we would expect at the financial institutions, a bank company to be. So yes, we've said, as Mama Ikongo say, we still need training to our employees. We still need to make sure that we have those protocol of authentications and verifying who is actually getting into our system, being it internally or externally. You need to make sure that you have to verify that one. Yes, and more importantly, you also need to secure. You need to put insurance for cybersecurity. I don't know whether you want to add something? Yeah.
So Frank, thank you. To add to what you said, you see, and this is what my experience working with the insurance companies so far. See, insurers are, very good risk managers. IT security is not your forte. So in that particular case, I would say, you see, regulator has opened up for IDPs, they know this aspect of security. They know how to tackle the security vulnerabilities that you have in the IT systems. You can have secured access from your point to the system of IDP, and then you can communicate to outside world, in order to give, the services that you intend to deliver. So I believe that would be a contribution to partner with IDPs, insurtechs, as we say, to mitigate the security vulnerability issues. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you cannot pass here without me saying anything. I just want to add one item from Mrs. Ikongo on skill gaps, and this is a reality. We have how many sessions on microinsurance? 3, 4? Paid by UNDP. And then we went to all insurers here. Tandri sponsored about 10, 3, and 50% of the students didn't come. Paid, it is paid. You just bring your brain and your body. They did not. So it seems that it's not only the company which value the education, even ourselves, we don't value the education. If you make it for free, nobody comes. If you make it for payment, nobody wants to pay and come. What do you want? Maybe lunch. It's time for lunch. Let's go and eat lunch.
Please, let's go have lunch. Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe. Not only in technical expert, but is in strategic clarity. Beyond her commercial pursuit, Helen is a firm believer in using business as a force for good. She contributes to impact-driven ventures, mentors entrepreneurs, and actively support youth development through initiatives that equip young Africans with tools for self-reliance and growth. So that's why she's talking about the climate risk management. Also, we will have Robert Kalegea. May you please come forward, who has skillfully led the underwriting and the insurance function of MOA, Tanzania since 2019. And he also serves as the company esteemed principal officer. Before joining MOA, Robert held prominent leadership roles at Heritage and Jubilee Insurance. His distinguished reputation, profound technical acumen, and adaptiveness at crafting intricate reinsurance programs are widely known in the market. That's Robert Kalegea. Also, we'll be having Mahmoud Shao. Mahmoud Shao is a founder and CEO and chairman of the BizTech Limited. He's passionate about driving innovative and delivering meaningful social and economic impact within the agricultural sector. So this is purely agriculture, with a background in business administration and accounting, along with extensive experience in logistics, construction, and consulting. He brings a diverse and a practical perspective to leadership and enterprise growth. He is proud and passionate leader to lead a team that shares the vision and welcome collaboration to scale inclusive digital solutions across sectors, including digital insurance. That's Mahmoud Shao. Yes, then the last one, not least, is Josephine Laswai. If she's around here, okay, she's here. Josephine Douglas Laswai is a dedicated development practitioner, actively coordinating the implementation of UNDP insurance and risk finance facility. and the financial resiliency to agriculture program in Tanzania. She's at the forefront of effort to build financial resilience through insurance with a strong focus on strengthening institutional capacity, fostering inclusive insurance innovation, supporting public system to adopt climate and disaster risk financing solution, yet building market foundation that enables meaningful private sector engagement. As a panelist of the National Insurance Day 2025, Josephine will share practical lessons and reflection from Tanzanian experience. So, yes, I've decided to read all their bios because this panel may instigate on how we respond to the most common problems and the most diverse society that the insurance sector has to serve. That means in agriculture. The more I happened to read one of the papers wrote by one of the article wrote by one of the academicians from IFM. They indicated that 25% of agriculture or farmers are likely to go backward to poverty due to non-risk mitigation. So probably you'll be in a good position to help us on how we can move at least an inch of not taking those 25% to abject poverty. Welcome, Madam Helen. The panel is yours. In the next 40 minutes, I will ring my bell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we using the same mic? We're using the same mic, yes? Very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel this afternoon. We are going to be having a discussion on climate and disaster risk insurance in Africa. I'm Helen Lukundo, and it's an absolute honor to be moderating this very important conversation this afternoon. Allow me to start with a few numbers. I'm just going to throw them out there, and later we will see what we can make out of the numbers. About 70 million Tanzanians, 1.5 billion Africans. Tanzania has 945,000 square kilometers. 93% of it is land, and only 7% is water. Agriculture contributes to about 23 to 30% of the GDP and employs about 65 to 75 Tanzanians in the workforce today. So agriculture is not only vital to our national economy, it plays a very major role to our food security. Let's move to the other side. In Tanzania, you might not know this, shocks like drought have impacted about 5 million people every year. And this number is expected to double by 2050. Okay? Just keep the numbers rolling. And in Africa, over 90% of climate-related losses are not insured. I think we can all agree this is a massive protection gap. It is projected that by 2050, climate change could push up to 86 million people in sub-Saharan Africa into poverty. I think I have explained, just by using these numbers, how critical this conversation is. Now let's move to tech, just a few minutes. Africa's tech potential is very massive. Over 1.2 billion mobile users and mobile connections, and 500 million unique subscribers. In Tanzania, more than 60% of the population now use mobile phones. However, are we reaching them? Are we insuring them? So Could tech be the solution? We've had this conversation multiple times. Maybe from the panel discussion today, we will feel more moved to take action rather than have dialogues. So we need to ask ourselves, are we making boardroom solutions only? Have the existing companies not seen these numbers? Because we are Africans, we live in Africa, we live amongst these challenges. So today, we are hoping to brew something in your stomach so that from here, we can take some action. So let's start with Mahmoud. You sit in the middle of it all because now everything is tech. You know, you bring us a problem and everyone says tech, AI, tech. To an extent that we are probably maybe not taking this this tech and AI situation as seriously as we want to. So why digital? Why tech? Why do you think this is the solution?
Thank you very much, Ellen. Yeah, I'm truly honored to be here to share some insights regarding the tech and how they can play a role in the insurance sector. From experience, we as BusyTech, we developed digital solutions for accessibility of insurance products in the agri sector. But the key thing is how the tech can help to first enable onboarding process to be easy. As we all know that the technology like using USSD mobile applications, how are we going to leverage on those technologies to at least help insurers to onboard their clients? So for us, we also work with government, Ministry of Agriculture. We deployed a subsidy distribution and the payment system, which helped the government to at least trace the subsidized fertilizer and seeds from importation all the way to the last mile. So I think in terms of onboarding, before these farmers getting the fertilizers, subsidized inputs, they were onboarded in the platform, registered by the government through local government authority. So we have numbers. At the moment, we have almost 5 million farmers registered. So that's an untapped market. So in terms of onboarding, we can, as a country, we can start leveraging on the data sets that are already existing to now plug in the products that are relevant to farmers, particularly agriculture. But also, as we know, in the morning, our colleague from Vodacom explained about how the digital payments can also help in terms of payout and, you know, increase trust to the people. So I think the role of mobile money, e-payment systems is also paramount to just make sure that we bring trust to this community. So one of the solutions that also we are working on with Visa is to try to give farmers a smart card which is embedded with insurance wallet, whereby a farmer can top up using mobile money or from the Wakala agents, and then they will be able to access the services. So we are still working on that product, and the Visa are keen to support. So those are initiatives that we are doing, and that's how tech is going to support. how are they going to access these services? We have, across the country, we have like 12,000 outlets for, Agolia shops where farmers receiving their inputs. So we want to leverage on that network to make sure that farmer can access the insurance products within the same platform which we developed, the point of sale platform, and the farmer can opt to have insurance product right from where they are staying. Lastly but not leastly, we need also to think about this, the issue of artificial intelligence, AI, and the stuff, remote sensing, satellite imagery, to just increase appetite of insurer to get into farmers. As you know, it's very tedious to go across the village to find maybe to assess risk and doing assessment and payout. So we also try to leverage on the satellite technologies and AI to make sure that payout is done quickly, and also we prevent frauds from the insured. So at least for now, I can end up there. Then we can still contribute later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what I gathered from what you said is there is no need to reinvent the wheel. Insurers can use what is already there to now make policies that will work. So if an insurer does not have data on the farm coordinates, they could come to a company, tech company such as yours, and then get the coordinates so that now they can underwrite policies for that area, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm hoping the CEOs are listening, the underwriters are listening. The goal here is to see how we can work with tech. Do all insurance companies need to have their own technology, or do we need to rely on technology companies, each one specializing in just one thing, and then leverage that and now make a solution that is applicable to most? So then we'll jump right to Robert. It's nice that we have an underwriter here. And while we talk tech, there is someone sitting behind the chair making these decisions, assessing this risk, looking at the risk profile and saying, yes, massive potential, very volatile. Today, disaster is there, tomorrow it's here, there's no way we can track this. So Robert, please help us understand how you're underwriting policies now, and why is it very hard to use the same principles in underwriting disaster and climate risk insurances?
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Actually, your question just like summarizes everything I need to talk about today, because with the current climatic changes that we are seeing every day and the disasters in the world, our traditional ways of underwriting policies cannot give us a solution to this disaster, and most of them, they are excluded. So in order to come up with solutions, that's why we are going to talk about parametric insurance today. So parametric insurance, as the name reads, most of you may see it's complicated from the name, or you may be thinking of like it's a new ways of doing insurance, but the principles are the same, but for it, it's quite different because of its scalability and the solutions it brings on the table. So in simple way, parametric insurance is a type of insurance that pays out when a defined trigger has been met. When you talk about a defined trigger, it can be an index, it can be a defined parameter, and
in this scenario, you have an independent party. When I talk about an independent party, it means that somebody who's totally outside your contract of insurance. So you'll be talking about people who deal like the weather stations, people who measure the earthquakes and things like that. So getting back to your question, the few differences that we have between the normal traditional insurance today and parametric can be summarized as follows. So in parametric insurance, the payout doesn't necessarily amount to the loss sustained. What do I mean? In parametric insurance, you may get a loss, you may get a zero loss, but again, you're paid. While in the traditional insurance today, Helen is here, they will do the adjustment to the actual loss that you have sustained. But with parametric insurance, the payout only comes when the trigger has been met. And then with parametric insurance and the disasters that are coming up today, we look at scalability because you are using these data centers like weather stations. So I'm going to cover Arusha town in case of there is an earthquake, in case of floods. And to put it outside clear there, when you talk about parametric insurance, does not mean that it's agriculture based. No. We talk about all the disasters that are facing Africa or are facing the world as far as weather changes are concerned. So with parametric insurance, you look at speed, and the speed is in terms of the claims. So I'm sorry to say that Helen will not have a job in parametric insurance, or you won't get a lot of work from all of us insurers innovate and have parametric solutions, because if the trigger is attained and it comes out, maybe it's an earthquake in Arusha and we are supposed to pay out, the payment goes straight and to the individuals or sometimes to the government. And now another biggest difference is that the way the cash is used, the way the payouts are used. When you get an accident today on your vehicle, it's not a total loss. You're given the money for the repairs. The purpose is solely for that particular loss that you have been paid for. But when it comes to parametric, it's not defined. There's flexibility. At the time of a disaster, somebody can use the money to do something different. And that now brings on that it has a humanitarian part, but also it's a biggest trigger for the government to get solutions and make sure that we are able to go through these disasters. I'll give an example. We had an incident last year, and there was landslide. And as an industry, we came together with the commissioner. They had to go outside there. We contributed to get a solution and just to say poly to those people. But take an example, if we had a parametric solution for that particular incident, it means even before the industry came together to go and give something to those people, they would have already received their money because the trigger was reached, and they would be having, they can use the money at particular incident, because if you have an insurance solution and it covers you in emergency, and you have an emergency today, you need your solutions today. If the money comes after a week, it's not helpful. But with the parametric, it has triggered today. We get a confirmation of an independent agent, so the payout goes immediately. So at least they can buy medicine. They can have alternative accommodation like the way it was as they clean up their houses. So getting back to your question and summarizing it, the normal traditional insurance and parametric is quite different, but also we have seen parametric insurance that there are scenarios whereby risks are insurable in the normal traditional part, but in parametric, you're getting a solution. Like people have gone further, like in Italy, they have a policy, and it's placed by Swiss Re, whereby they are good sightseeing places, and people go there for the sunset. So it's embedded in the travel insurance. Now, when somebody has traveled all the way from maybe Greenland to Italy to see the sunset, and the sunset is for 2 hours and he only gets 35 minutes, the agents would say, the independent agents that monitors that, and the guy who has traveled, he will get paid because he expected 2 hours of the sunset, but now he only got 35 minutes. Now, look, they're using it on a luxury point of it. So how much potential is there for us today in Africa, in Tanzania particularly, that we can innovate and come up with solutions? And to be honest, in our part here, we are more of like concerned about the day-to-day. That's the food. So I think agriculture would be the best areas where all of us can come together and have solutions. But with parametric, it's not a desk job whereby I'm going to sit in a corner as Robert and come up with a solution. You have to be on the ground. That's why partnership is required between NGOs, community-based agencies, but also partnership between reinsurers and direct underwriters, or insurance companies and insurance companies. It's a place because, like you said, you need data, you need distribution channels, you need the day-to-day monitoring on how the risk is. So as a company and where we are today, it's not easy to take it that way. So we need to come up together. It's a very interesting topic. There are a lot of gray areas, but for now I will stop here so that I can allow others also to chip in.
Thank you, Robert. I am not very psyched to notice that when we innovate correctly, I'm probably going to be out of a job. I will maybe need to focus on risk profiling much more. So let's go to Josephine. Let's talk collaborations. We are lucky to have an open-minded regulator who puts the underserved at the forefront of his work. So how can insurers collaborate with government and NGOs for climate resilience?
Thank you so much for that good question. And since morning and since yesterday, the conversation have always already been around collaboration. And one thing that maybe as the industry and maybe the government needs to start understanding is that insurance is not for the industry alone, and it's not only for the government to bear the risk. But we are moving to the situation globally where we need to move to a more systematic approach where everyone have a role to play. We are seeing a change. I like that you've already mentioned some of the data on where we are moving towards climate change. We have seen the way it affects the nations, even our country. We've seen the loss of livelihoods and also people getting into poverty. And we have seen how countries are not able to stand up back and get back to normal during these small disasters or big disasters. Even we could even see the example of COVID-19. We have seen earthquakes happening in some of the countries, and it's difficult for countries and governments and even people within this government who were not properly protected are getting difficulties in going back to normal. And even in Tanzania, UNDP started this initiative on insurance and risk financing by do a quick diagnostic on how the country is faring on the way we are budgeting and prioritizing the financing of risk, disaster, and climate-related risk. looking at the way we are happy that the government have a good structure and we have the industry. But when going back to climate and disaster risk, we have a good department, but there is no proper allocated finance or investment towards risk. We have, yes, a good budget set aside for a response, but there's no much, only 30% of it is being put for preparedness, which looking at it, the preparedness is not done smart in a way that to ensure there is some risk transfer mechanism, there is proper budget credit lines that are there, there's investment of catastrophic bonds or earthquake climatic mechanism that can help us stand in terms of earthquake. What happens after any incident is we go back to either reallocation of budgets within the sectors, which sometimes affect development. If the money was set for building or constructing a hospital, it's reallocated to finance, buy food, build shelter for survivors instead of focusing on development. We end up getting debts from donors and countries that we keep paying. Majority of the debts that we are having in the country now maybe is for result of the government trying to take us out of debt. And another is we also start relying and over-reliance to the donors. And we all know, us not be independent in dealing with our own issue keeps us continue staying there dependent and slave to whatever who supports us want. So in the, I think, development and humanitarian ecosystem, there is a big shift now because they've realized that for us to really help development and also our humanitarian effort and also disaster management, we need to look into how climate and disaster are financed. And we have seen example of a lot of developing partners like UNDP. We have seen multilateral agencies and also UNDP shifting into trying to see climate risk. We are calling it different names. There are some who are calling it innovative climate risk solutions, others are calling them alternative risk financing mechanism. It's called climatic risk, but when you look at biodiversity financing, they are all towards looking at how we can deal with disaster and climate related risk by having proper financing mechanism. And apart from budgeting and credit line, one of the key sustainable measure is transfer of risk. And what else is good in transferring risk and sharing of risk than insurance? That's why we see UNDP have formulated its own insurance and risk financing facility. It's now present in over 35 countries. We're trying to push enhancement of risk financing and inclusive insurance globally. We see World Bank also looking into disaster risk financing through agriculture insurance. We have seen Africa Development Bank as well. World Food Program, we see organizations like IFAD also are trying to look into agriculture insurance in both crops and livestock. We have seen GIZ, USAID, EU. We have also more investments through green climate funds. And also there are NGOs that are also making a lot of moves towards this climate change, like Microinsurance Network. I think Dr. Ansley may have referred to them. They have very good data, access to insurance initiative. They are providing a lot of regulatory capacity building. They are also registered as NGO. We've seen others like Oxfam, Aga Khan Foundation, and others who are all now moving towards looking into climate and disaster risk financing. And why? Because that's the main sustainable option that is there. And what do? I believe even in the panel, in the participation here, I've been also getting this question. So what do you UNDP do? Do you give funds? What is your role? And also people think we are NGO, but we are not NGO. We are also developing partners, and our main role also is to support the government, but also with our NGOs who are our main implementing partner as well. One of the major way that we can support or one of the way that insurers can collaborate with the government and the NGOs, first of all, is the issue of integration of insurance into policy, priorities, and program. I wanted to give the example of the fertilizer subsidy program. It's an input program that is done by Ministry of Agriculture. It's a good platform that is already there. There is also investment already from the government. But now it's an opportunity for tech companies. It's an opportunity for insurers, and I'm happy the Ministry of Agriculture have already mentioned that there were some insurers already who reached out. They want to take an opportunity of the fertilizer program in bundling insurance into it. And why do you think companies reached out? Because of the platform that is there, which is also a private sector initiative. There is data. There is the way to access and reach the farmers. Insurance comes in now with a ready-made program, with already investment from the government through the subsidy, with already database to reach the farmer. 2,000, you say there are 2,000 outlets. 12,000 outlets over the country. This is an opportunity that insurance company can take. And this is only one example. We have TASAF. This is a social protection or social security program.
We just have 1 more minute. Thank you.
Okay. So example of TASAF, it's already a government program. They also have reached to households. Of course, we can say we cannot cover the poor, but there are graduates from TASAF. How do we tap into that? Because their data is already there. So we can dive into the data aspect. We can work with the NGOs and developing partner in conducting research, in activating innovation, in making sure that we reach and access the already beneficiaries that the NGOs, the civil society, the community-based organization have the platform, and they are already having program running. So it's an opportunity for the industry to partner with the government and the developing partners and NGO to look into how we can enhance inclusion in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josephine. In the essence of time, we had to cut that short because our time is now squeezed from 1 hour to 40 minutes. But very insightful information over there. We'd like to open up the floor to the delegates for questions, if any. If you do have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. If not, then we can discuss one more thing and then conclude. So in all of this, we now realize how trust is a very, very expensive currency in insurance. Whether it is tech, insurance, or collaborations, we need to trust each other. The consumer needs to trust you with the information. The consumer needs to trust that you will pay out the claims. So very briefly, in 1 minute, along with your closing remarks, let's start with Mahmoud. How do you think we can enhance trust?
Yeah, it's a tough one, but you know, trust sometimes comes from, you know. But all in all, in order for us, all of us, to build trust to the community like farmers, we need first to look at how are we positioning the products that are relevant. because, you know, farming is kind of trick business and it's very risky. And sometimes if a farmer insure a crop today and this season there is no any disaster, it's not easy for them to come back next season. So we need to look around product design whereby we have this cashback style or initiatives. If there is no any disaster during the season, probably insurer should think of refunding some amount in terms of premium, of course, for the next season to attract them to see at least the money is not going as, you know, just because they just think as we steal from them. So building a trust is kind of designing product, awareness, and the, you know, payout quickly, accessibility of premium, and understanding the products themselves. This has to be a collaborative effect between insurers, agri-techs, companies, development partners, you said, and the government. So I think if we work together, we can build something, trust.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can go with Josephine. Just 1 minute, very quickly. Will we do better in collaborating if we trust each other?
Yeah, so I'm going back to the fact that we need to work as a system. And in any system, there is a need for clear guidelines and roles and responsibility for each player. Today, we still work in silos. We are happy that now insurance has started bringing in banks into the system. But now we need to bring other players as our key partners and have a more collaborative approach towards enhancement of insurance in the country. How are CSOs, NGOs, DPs coming in, the local government authority coming in insurance landscape? Should we have also guests from these other players here for them to understand how the market goes? There's a good example of CSO forum that happened a week ago. How many insurers were there as well to look into the opportunities that are there for us to tap in. So more collaboration is required, but with clear guidelines of how we can collaborate with each other. What are do's and don'ts? Which lines shouldn't we cross? Because there are lines that we shouldn't cross. With that kind, it's like even a family, a mother has a role, a father has a role, children have roles. So with clear guidelines, roles and responsibility, going back to our customers, it will be easy for them also to understand what and who has a role to play to ensure that I'm safe and I'm secured. So that's what I push forwards, more guidelines and clear roles and responsibility to all the players in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Robert, since you're the last, you get half a minute. On the same question as underwriters, you have, sir? Oh, okay. So just 1 minute. How can you as an underwriter build more trust with the people you're insuring and vice versa?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say there are two scenarios. One, either we are good panelists, you understood, that's why there are no questions, or we did not do good, you did not understand. But I'll go with number one. Thank you. When you talk about trust is everything, and that's why you find like in parametric insurance, the regulator plays a big role. And it's not only about our local regulator here, but also international aspects, because for a good parametric product to push and you're looking at humanitarian side and the masses you're covering, you need to make sure that whatever you have sold, we are able to pay out when it comes out. So one thing on the trust, you need education to make sure that they do understand the product. Number two, the product we submit to the regulator, they have to deep dive and understand. Number three, the distribution channels are important, because how you distribute the packet, how do you distribute your product, it will determine on how quickly you can be able to do the payouts. But also, one distribution way is attaching the parametric product on the existing clients, because those clients already trust you. They have had claims with you, they have understood your claims process, but now when you come, this is an add-on and the be a payout, I think we'll have the trust. And the biggest part of it is that using the community-based organizations, NGOs, and the government, because the communities always trust these people. So when you have a partnership in that line, it becomes easy. I was given a minute. I just want to give one example, so bear with me. We have developed a product, but the best way for that product to work out, we had to see the community-based chiefs, the Maasai chiefs. So in Maasai culture, you cannot do anything if the chiefs don't approve of it, and the chiefs are trusted. So through going through the Maasai chiefs and they understand, and using them as the distribution channel, and in that way you have automatic trust. So as much as we will say that insurance and all we have had, parametric is going to become a solution, one thing that we need to go and do outside there is make sure that we earn the trust, and then we can be able to sell our products. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Now I'm conflicted in what to do. I'm going to offer the last remark, then the MC will. Do you want to address the panel? Okay, 1 minute. Okay.
At least they should hear from audience. Yeah. So I just wanted to emphasize on the issue of trust, which is indeed a lifeline for insurance. And I wanted to cite an example. I think it was sometimes in 2006 or 2007, there was a weather index insurance which was funded by the World Bank, and it was here at Tengeru. So at that time, satellite was not there, and we had to rely on those rain gauge. And then there was a misunderstanding. The insurers believed that the trigger did not reach, but the farmers suffered a loss, and they were not paid. And took another about 10 years again to talk about weather index insurance. So what I want to say is that when we are venturing into new waters, we have as board and CEO to allow for failures. We should be willing to lose so that we gain that trust for future growth. This is what I wanted to emphasize. Sometimes when we fail, we stop. We don't want to do it again. But we should have a budget for failure, if that is a proper word. That's what I wanted to emphasize.
I absolutely like that. Have a budget for failure. So if we did not get anything from this panel today, it is clear that as climate shifts intensify, from floods to drought to a lot of unpredictable seasons, then the way forward is that we have to understand, manage, and cover risks in Africa. And how we do it must evolve. We cannot move forward doing it the way we're doing it now. So thank you very much for giving us your time. I know it's after lunch, not a very easy time to listen, but we appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Helen, with your panel. May I request you to rise and you take a panel photo. Right after that, you'll be given a souvenir for being a good and great panelists by the Commission of Insurance. Noting that in our agenda, we are remaining with only 2 items. We have a straight talk, then we'll be having another session with the Commissioner, as he requested, but we will start with a straight talk. Commissioner, and may you please move forward so that you can issue those souvenirs. The first souvenir is to Miss Helen Chonjo. The second one will be to Robert Kalegeya. The third one will be to Mahmoud Shao. And the last and not least to Miss Josephine Laswai. Meanwhile, for those who have questions, you can just keep and popping them in those who are subgroups on the platform. They'll be answered as when they come. Miss Josephine Laswai, the last one. Not least, but the last. We really appreciate for everything that we have done so far. And I appreciate for your resilience and patience. So now it's time for straight talk. I don't know, this is a straight talk for Africa, it's a straight talk insurance, it's a straight talk whatever. But welcome, Mr. Jared, for straight talk. You will be having only 10 to 15 minutes, then we usher in Dr. Sakwari. Karibu.
Wow. Can you say wow? Wow. You look very tired. Wow. Was that lunch heavy? Yes. Was it heavy? Yeah? I want to jog your mind. The Commission of Insurance, these are not my points, these are not my words. Like I said in the morning, they've been written by the industry practitioners. There are issues boggling them. I'm just a mouthpiece. So, messenger remains a messenger. We talk about trust. Trust. Do you trust yourself? Just ask yourself, do you trust yourself? Huh? But it's good that our shareholders are in the house and the board members are in the house. If you trust us, why do you keep checks in your logs? Just a question. So we are not trusted. I'm just wondering whether we trust ourselves and we are trusted. Yesterday we had a very wonderful evening. Opening ceremony sponsored by Skyri, who brought very excellent motivational speakers from South Africa. Skyri is a registered broker in Tanzania. And some times back, the regulation was changed on retention of business. Today, the local reinsurers enjoy 30% retention. I wish the insurers could be clapping for the Commission of Insurance. The local registered. But then, the registered brokers, I'm talking on behalf of Skyri because they sponsored. So Amani, don't look at me. Yeah? The registered reinsurance brokers only have 10%. That means 20% of the 30% that was supposed to remain in the country will have to go outside, then come back. Did you hear that? Did you hear that mathematics? So if 30% is retained and the brokers who deal with underwriters are only allowed to take 10%, that means the regional reinsurance brokers will be taking the other 20% and then send them their share to the country. Did you understand that? If you didn't understand that, you can ask Mr. Rajab if he was around, Donald, or my boss. I saw Mr. Steve is also around. He will explain to you that much. My question or the request is, why should it not be par? 30% retention, the insurance broker, and 30% retention for the insurance companies. That means that 20% commission will also remain here. They will also pay VAT on it, and they will loading tax. Thank you. Tanzania has been officially removed from the grey listing following successful assessment of financial action of tax force. I know some of us still remain on the grey listing, if not blacklisting, because of the undercutting and ethical of the market practice. When will you come out from the grey listing? Ask yourself. Did you know that the profit before tax of the top banks in Tanzania is equivalent to our GWP? If you didn't know, it's true. But then it's surprising that only 2 banks sponsored the Insurance Day 2025. And we call it collaboration. But wait for Marathon. We'll be scrambling for space to sponsor the same banks who are getting the PWP, PBT of equivalent to our GWP. Kweli mwenye nacho anaongezwa, lakini kama hauna unanyang'anywa. How many of you like MROs? How many of you like MRO? How many of you like minimum rating order? How many of you like it? You like it? Eh? Oh, how many of you do not like it? By raise of your hand. I know you are afraid. You do not like it. But if you do not like it, stop fraud. MRO was brought so that it could curb fraud of undercutting in the market. But now the undercutting has remained the undercutting. My last question is on MRO and to the Mr. Commissioner of Insurance. Why do we have discount on minimum rate? One time I met one of my good friends in one of the international airports. That was Isa Kisongo. And I thought we were on the same line. Little did I know he's holding right now a red passport. So the service was different. Why? There are few Tanzanians that have been employed by reinsurance companies outside. And the reports we have, they are doing very well. One of them is Isa Kisongo is here. Kemit Baijuka, Beatrice Keba, and so many. One of us was Donald, who came back to take a very plump job. Don't you think we need a regulation so that any reinsurer dealing in our businesses here should take one of our staff? It should be a regulation because they take from us, so they need the resources from us. Did you know that there are shareholders who have never received dividends for the last 10 years? Did you know that there are shareholders who have never received dividends for the last 10 years? And they have board members drawing sitting allowance every quarter. They have CEOs and staff drawing bonus every year. Please, please, please. Ushauri ndogo. Chukua pesa zako ukafungue duka la nyanya. Utapata faida kama mangi. 2 months ago we had the Tanzanian launching International Investigation Standard and Tanzanian chapter. The main objective was to curb fraud. Only few underwriters, brokers, bancassurance, and agents attended. Being that this was supposed to curb a fraud, If you didn't attend, are you part of the fraud or part of the investigation? Thank you.
That was a straight talk mtendeni or straight talk Amani Place or straight talk but yeah, vyovyote vile mmeelewa. Nashukuru sana. That was our last but not one item. Before the commissioners come to the podium, I'm given another intruding item. That is, there is trophies for organizing committee, debate sponsors, and MCs. But I'm a director of ceremony. Maybe that I will skip. But allow me to, Honorable Commissioner, to allow you to come in front and present IIT and organizing committee chair, so that we can hand over these trophies to the organizing committee as they are prepared. Before you proceed to organizing committee chair, please, you should join them. So, where are the ushers? Please help me with those trophies. You are the one who gave me this. I thought you were prepared. All right, so you are prepared, eh? I'll start with the organizing committee. Mwenyekiti ni Gerard Awando. We'll start with Gerard Awando. Then you'll be having Anna Lema. We'll proceed. They have done a marvelous job, isn't it? 600 people is not a joke. Another one is Elizabeth Brown. Then the next one will be Esther Mwamafupa. They have done a very marvelous job. Please, let's clap for them. Next one will be Esther Mwamengo. Yes, when I call you, just come. Next one will be Hadija Maulid. Hadija Maulid. Organizing committee, please come forward. Where's another one? Organizing committee, you should pick your trophies. Another one will be Omar Aziz. Omar Aziz. That is our able CEO of IIT. Omar Aziz. The next one will be Tanvir. No, this one will wait because Tanvir is the past. Yeah. Hans Pop Ndosi. Hadija Maulidi, if you're around, please. Hans Pop Ndosi, take that. Hans Pop and Hadija, we're waiting for you. I know you were exhausted. You were preparing for this event to happen. Maybe we bear with you while you come to take your trophy and accolade. Tunaelewa. Mmekimbizana mchaka kwa hiki kutokea. Hans Pop, maybe he has gone to prepare. Hadija Maulid. Hans Pop, maybe he has gone to prepare for our logistics in the evening. Could be. Enoch. Mr. Enoch. No. Yes, before we jump on to the debate sponsors, as Enoch comes to pick his trophy, we have a privilege of the immediate past chair of organizing committee, Mr. Tanvir. He also needs to get his trophy. Tanvir's trophy, where is Tanvir's trophy? Yes, it should go there. Yes. Tanvir, we really appreciate for your last year's effort on making sure that Insurance Day ya mwaka jana inakamilika vizuri. Kwa hiyo tunashukuru sana. Asante. Wanaofuata ni debate sponsors. Debate sponsors wa kwanza, sponsor wa kwanza ni Dimita, naomba aje mbele apate tuzo yake. Atakayefuata ni who is this? Tira, anayefuata ni Tira. You need Dimeta. Yes, then Tira. Director of Human Resources from TIRA, if you are around us, please come and pick it. That Demeter? Demeter, if you're around, come and pick your trophy for sponsoring debate. TIRA, any director from TIRA? Yeah, well, Demeter, David present from TIRA, come and pick for Demeter. Yes, TIRA director of supervision is coming to pick for TIRA. That is for Demeter. While also the last one will be CRDB. CRDB. Now we are moving to, after that we are moving to MCs or Director of Ceremonies. We'll have Omari Malele. Omari Malele, if you are among us, please. Yeah, he's there. Thank you. The other one is Oyuke Faustin. Mr. Oyuke Faustin, go and pick your trophy. Maybe someone picks for you. It happened, it's me. I'm told we are done. So now thank you very much, Commissioner. May I take this opportunity to make you remain, and we finalize, as we finalize our last item. So the yes, you can sit any seat that you need. The modality of this session, he's going to do a closing remarks, but he advised that whoever has a question before he does his closing remarks should have a question, is here to receive them. And of course, if you have a suggestion as well, he's here to receive them. Mimi ni MC, nimezawadiwa, mshahara wangu umeisha, kwa hiyo kazi yangu inaweza ikaishia hapo kwa sababu ya kuwa nimeshapewa ujira wangu. Karibu Commissioner. Karibuni kwa maswali. Kwa wenye maswali ama wenye mapendekezo kuhusu soko letu la bima, Commissioner yuko hapa. Ndani ya dakika 30 zijazo nadhani tulikuwa tumeitendea haki siku ya leo. Karibuni. Asha, samahani, naomba nimechukue microphone msogeze kwa wanaohitaji kuuliza maswali. Tunaanza hapa.
My name is Rogate Mshana, the chairperson for the Bumako Insurance. It's not a really big question. The question for me is, first of all, to congratulate the organizing committee, which done a fantastic work. But the second, also to recognize the invaluable contribution done by the commissioner and the rest of the team. I just want to know that the remarkable presentations that were made yesterday and to today, where do we access them? It's very important that we have that information. Thank you.
For this one, I think for our presentation, which we did yesterday, we can put it in our website so that you can access by visiting our website. But for the presentation of these conferences, organizing committee can offer the answer to the attendees, please.
Thank you. Presentations will be loaded on the WhatsApp announcement immediately after this. Thank you.
Next, any other questions, suggestions? Karib.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Elinipa Elias, representing TIBA. Mine is suggestion or recommendation with regards to the inbound travel insurance for the visitors. We have seen the Act mentions that the travel insurance will be issued through NIC in collaboration with the private insurers. So our recommendation would be, of course we have started some initiations, but probably want to hear from you directly from here, that when developing the regulations, the issues of intermediary could also be featured in such regulations, because if it left like it is only the private insurers and NIC, that means the intermediary part is left out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because this is the new law, and we will definitely come up with the guidelines on how that PPP will be undertaken, and the consultation will be there, and I hope and I'm sure the intermediaries will not be left out in that equation.
Yeah. Thank you. We have some questions coming in from the announcement WhatsApp group, so I would maybe read one by one for you to respond. The first question is from Jeremiah of Heritage. It says, mine is on currency issue. How do we address fronted risks which are quoted in USD by reinsurers, while new BOT regulation wants currencies to strictly be in TZS? Addition by Mr. Hamis, we still have delays on foreign currency approval when it comes to fronting cover. With the movement of TZS against USD, any week skipped, we pay deficit, funding the difference. How useful will it be for TIRA to start virtual meetings in case they are not available physically? Also, to smoothen the process, can both approval and payment approval be done simultaneously? That's one question on foreign currency. Okay, so we have one more from Rajiv of Suniva. One of points made in today's deliberation was lower uptake of insurance due to complicated policy wordings. There was a move to standardize policy wordings. Any development in this regard? Another question from James of Busara. When do we expect publication of regulations for mandatory insurance policies? He did not say specifically which policies. So those are the questions that came in through the announcement group.
Thank you for those who are online, first of all, for participating with us in Arusha. I think the issues of currency has been submitted through the Association of Tanzania Insurance yesterday, but of course even before that, and we have been collaborating with the Association of Tanzania Insurance to look at exemptions of use of allowance, to have an allowance to use US dollars for certain insurance transactions. And if that allowance is being approved by the minister, they will be communicated to the industry. Two, there was a delay, still delays in the approvals for remittance. We have streamlined our processes that any request will not take more than 7 days. And if there is a delay after submission of everything, let me know. Because our system is such that if you have submitted all the requirements, all the documents, we have set 7 days to get your approval. And if there is any submission which has gone beyond, which has all the documents. I insist here the documentation, because normally what we had experienced is that insurers will only start to pressurize when the document is at TIRA. They have already delayed with their customers, with their clients, and when they submit on Monday, they want us to approve on Tuesday. That is not possible. And those processes are still very important because of what the country has undergone through the FATF. It is very important to have approvals. So make sure you make all your necessary documentation with your client, and I have challenged my staff to give the approval within 7 days. If there is any CEO who has submitted all the requirement and still this approval is not within 7 days, let me know and we will streamline. There was an issue of complicated police wording. Yeah, we issued a circular about translating, first of all, our policies to Kiswahili. And we have done for few. We are still working with the association on various policy wording. And I wish to take this as a work in progress. We will definitely come with certain standardized policy wording for certain policies, selected policies. And then therefore promise that we will work with the Association of Tanzania Insurance to complete this work which we have already started. And about regulation on mandatory covers regulation. You may recall that in my speech today, I requested the guest of honor to enhance that we have mandatory cover regulations as soon as possible. And I think we are working on it, and immediately we get an approval from the minister, we will make regulation on mandatory cover released and used in our market. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Mzee Kasim. Mike to Kasim.
Acknowledgement on how we as attendees or delegates have found all the arrangements that have been made for this summit or Insurance Day. Was excellent. I've gone to many conferences and many summits and many events, but I can say I was amazed by the arrangement, even showing where one would sit. Secondly, I just want to express one experience since yesterday, and also experienced by the chairman of Zanzibar Insurance. It's a lot of questions regarding Takaful, and I could not really satisfy, because it was either at tea time or before, and also yesterday. Unfortunately, there was no slot for us to meet that Thursday, of people wanting to know. But as things were going on, I made some slides for those who wanted to know, assuming that maybe 10 minutes would have been enough. The organizers said maybe next year. Inshallah, if next year I will be there. But I'm 73 and anything can happen. But the slides will be there, somebody else can present them. I have the slides in QR code, and the code can be displayed there if you want to read. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that is taken note by the organizing committee. Thank you, Mzee Kasim, for your acknowledgement. Any other question? Aziz, Karib. Questions from the floor? Apart
Yes.
from any other questions? So,
Doctor,
can
I
we-
have one.
No, yeah?
I have one. Mine is, I think, it goes a little bit in line with James's question. Maybe I might not have gotten the response very well. So it's mainly on enforcement. We have had some really, I would say, good laws supporting the insurance companies and brokers and agents to grow, such as the one on mandatory marine imports, third-party liabilities for business people, I mean for business buildings, but then we have not had really good traction in terms of business on that side. So I would like to know what is the regulator's plan on the enforcement of these laws to really bring impact rather than the laws just being on paper. Yeah.
Thank you. If you are talking of the mandatory covers, normally the law is followed by regulations so that it can be easily implemented or enforced. So until we have regulation, we will probably enforce all the mandatory covers accordingly. For other enforcement, I think it is in our plans to enforce all the laws and put sanctions to those who go against the laws. So for mandatory covers, I think we have to wait until the regulation is out and released. Kuna maswali mengine? Nafikiri tumemaliza, sio? Swali la mwisho basi, natoa mwisho, mawili ya mwisho.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ntakani Jeremiah from Kangaroo Insurance Broker. My question, I don't know if it's a question or I'm lacking the knowledge about this. The first one is, we know we are going with inclusivity in insurance, but we have tried to create some products that requires our clients to pay in installment because we want to touch even the clients who are, low income earners. So they want to pay installment maybe 500 per week or per day. So I don't know if there is a regulation. The regulation allows these clients to pay in installment out of life insurance. That is the first concern. And the second concern is in inclusivity, we require partners, different partners, and among of these partners are the tech companies. So I was looking at the checklist to the IDP regulation. The IDP, a tech company require requires to pay the annual registration fee of 2,500,000, 2.5 million. That is the registration. But many tech companies, especially these small companies or startups, they don't have this enough fund for them to be registered according to the regulation. So, and they are very they have a thirst of including of embedding the solutions to their to what they are providing. So it's just a request to you, Commissioner of Insurance, if there is a way that there will be a waiving of this this cost, because there are a lot of costs out of the IDP, and I understand that if not mistaken, no one is allowed to do an insurance without being registered by a regulator. So I know you will go about this and give us the insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I take last one, and then if there is any last question? Yes, UNDP? That's why okay. So I think there's no more questions. Installment, is it payment of premium by installment, is it allowed? Taomba watu wangu wanisaidie, lakini we think insurers are not, insurance has to be paid in full. Premium has to be paid in full. We are allowing some arrangement of having a financer to pay first of all the premium. It can be through the insurance premium financing or whatever, so that the insurers can invest and use that amount to pay the claims if they occur. So if you have any product and clients who wants to be paid in installment, you have to get a special approval, and we will consider case by case. And in case of cost for IDP's registration and maintenance appears to be very high. No, I think what we are trying to do is to have a serious firms to do ICT facilities or services. And we can review our fees. We do review our fees normally after every 3 years. So I will look at your request, but right now we normally want to have a very serious institutions which service our industry and people. So if you cannot have capacity to employ, capacity to have such an amount of money, still I think you will definitely not qualify to be servicing the huge industry like insurance industry. So we'll check on our fees during the review, and probably we will come with maybe the lower fees or whatever. But the reasons we are putting those fees is we want very serious firms to undertake or service the serious industry which serves or serious matters like risk and in the financial sector, so to speak. Thank you very much for your questions. There is last question. Last one, Karib.
Yeah, so let me also talk on behalf maybe of the government, asking on the issue of sovereign risk insurance. Because we're talking about climate change, you didn't just have enough time to explore more. how is the regulator and the government itself are ready in uptaking the sovereignty risk insurance, the earthquake kind of insurance, the flood for the country? We've seen example of countries that are taking earthquake insurance for the country, like what Mr. Shijeke have already mentioned. We have flood insurance in Nigeria. We have even animal insurance. You can take insurance for Serengeti National Park in a wall. But I am not sure to what extent is our insurance regulation and also the national policies are ready to embrace the sovereignty risk insurance for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the department which deals with Maafa, sure, at the Prime Minister's office. And we had a lot of discussion about how the sector will intervene. And we are also the member of that committee under Prime Minister's office. What has come out on many discussion is that let us first put our infrastructure, our sector infrastructure, and one of the infrastructures is to have consortium for agricultural insurance. So we will look at the disasters for farmers, livestock, and others. So that we have started. We have started to have a consortium, and you know very well that we are about to establish Tanzania Insurance agricultural scheme. In that scheme, issues of disasters will be included. The second structure which we are putting as a government is to have agricultural insurance regulation. And that also will talk about disasters facing farmers, livestock keepers, keeping communities, and the likes. So, yes, there is a government intervention as a government, and there is a special department saving for that purpose. But for the sector, we still have, we're developing the structures. Those structures will talk now to the government. If it is the scheme will provide alternative financing for disasters to the government. It is either the government will use that amount to subsidize our structures. So my ask to the industry is to develop those structures, involve themselves in the tight Tanzania Insurance Agricultural Consortium, put money, put capital. When the ties is established and the regulation are in place, then we have the structures and we can ask for use of our systems to, to become as an alternative financing for disaster. Thank you very much for your question, and I hope I have answered quite well. Asanteni sana. So on the closing remarks, I want to register my sincere appreciation to organizing committee. Thank you very much. And you have invited and you have made our attendance enjoyable, and we have got a lot of insight and learning because of the quality of the speakers, content presented. I can admit that the quality of speakers and content presented is of high standard. Hongereni sana. So thank you very much, the organizing committee, for the work or for the job well done. Second, I wish to register my sincere appreciation and thanks to the guest of honor for the speech, but also for the directives which were put forward to our industry for implementation. And Arusha regions and people of Arusha, thank you very much for your hospitality. UNDP, thank you very much for your sponsor and having a very good speech from UNDP country representative. Thank you, Brother Shigei. Now, my special thanks to the attendees. The way you stayed in the sessions, the attendees, physical attendees, those who have attended physically, but those who have attended online, we really appreciate your attendance, and thank you very much for making this event successful. Now, after listening the sessions and listening to the presentations and listening to the speakers and discussion from the floor and various comments during the break sessions, I have now understood that innovation is not a choice. It is something to do in order to survive and get the value in the sector. And we can only have innovation if we undertake the following serious actions. One, if we can enhance capacity of our people. No one can innovate. It is people, it is human resource who can innovate. How much are we putting to the people, to our employees? Which skill set will be required to be innovative? What motivations are to be put in place? What incentives are to be put in place in order that our employees can acquire the skills and create value to our companies? So there is a need to enhance human resource. There is a need as leaders to encourage our people. There is a need to incentivize our people. I was disappointed by what Hamis has said. How come an employee cannot attend a course which has been paid? And when we are talking at the break, they said, actually, the CEOs don't even inform us. So you get the invitation, you keep the invitation. But it's not all the CEOs, is it? So let us encourage our people and make them attend and get the feedback. So that is the first action we have to take from this discussion. Encourage our people, put incentive schemes, and sanctions if they don't attend. It is the duty of the CEO to sanction as well. Two is the technology. So the question is, teknolojia gani tuitumie? Teknolojia gani itaaminika? Which technology will be trusted to enhance the increase of use of insurance services, to increase awareness, to supplement the government efforts to provide protection to the people for various risks, health risks, asset risks. Which technology will be used to distribute insurance services easily? A technology which can be acceptable. That is what our panels tell us. So the action is for the institutions or companies to find that technology, embrace it, purchase it. If you have a people and you have chosen the technology, you can train on the technology and they can be used. A third thing which is an action for us is cross-sectoral collaborations, embedded products. Tushirikiane na nani? Ili tuweze kupata, what are those strategic collaboration that will enhance scale and that will enhance or increase numbers. Increase numbers in terms of finance, in terms of coverage. Who are those strategic partners? Is it MNOs? Is it SGRs? Is it buses, passengers? Or what are those? And how? So what is it hindering us to collaborate up to now? Much as we have a data, that of course is important to collaborate with MNOs. Is there anything which hinders us not to collaborate? Do we want a law to collaborate? Some have said we don't want MRO. The laws are not always good. They are not good. So I don't think we need laws to collaborate. Just initiate the collaborations. Show the value to SGR. Show the value to the passengers. Number 4, this is very important. Understand the people. Understand the people's behavior and how do they act. I can tell you the story. That if you, what is our normal story? Our normal story in the industry is watu hawaelewi bima. And this is our normal, very normal way out to tell that our people doesn't understand insurance. You know what are you telling them? Kwamba sisi ni wajinga sana, sisi watu wa insurance wana akili sana. So anytime I hear about that as a challenge, I actually put it a red when my people tell me the challenge for insurance is low understanding, whatever, public awareness. Huwa naweka red pale. Kwamba wewe unataka kutuambia Watanzania hawana akili. So let us understand our people. Our people do understand this language. The language of dignity, the language of kindness, the language of simplicity, the language of value. CEOs wanaweza wakawa wanaongea vizuri hapa, lakini ni mara ngapi wateja tumewadanganya? Ni mara ngapi tunajua kabisa tunataka kulipa lakini hatulipi? Yaani huyu ni the very right claim but we don't. CEO hayupo, si claims manager anasema iangaliwe nini, si nini, amekwenda safari, hata usipochukua shilingi milioni 3 upati zaidi. Why do you want to tell us that? Kuna watu wanasema kabisa, if you don't take this 3 million, even if you go anywhere, you don't get it. Until they call us, tuki-intervene mnalipa. Our people wants dignity. This is the language they want. Promise and deliver. Deliverables will talk. Ni mara ngapi tunaulizwa na watu, hivi premium yangu nikilipa na sijapata ajali, unaifanyia nini ile premium? Hivi unafikiri tunaulizwa na watu wadogo wadogo? Very learned people. Sasa sisi tuna force kwamba nyinyi hamuelewi bima inavyofanya kazi. Elezea vizuri nielewe premium yangu inaenda wapi kama sijapata ajali. Na kama hiyo orthodox haifanyi kazi Tanzania, tutafute namna nyingine, kwa sababu hii sio Qurani wala sio Biblia. If discount rate is not working, come with the policies which we will share with the policyholders. The language of our people. Number 5, we pay claims. 95% of the claims are paid on time, by amount, and by time, on time. Reasonable amount. Hongereni sana. 5% of the claims are not paid on time because of various reasons, including fraud. And we don't condone fraud. We are ready to take any fraudulent to court. Collaborate with us. But my question is, the action is, when we pay claims, do we celebrate? We don't. I have challenged in 2023, 2024, any company which pays the claim on time and they want to celebrate, I will attend and cancel all other schedules. I have only invited by NMB last year for tobacco. Kwa nini hamfanyi sherehe kuwalipa watu? Basi imepata ajali, sawa? Wewe ndo insurer, unatangaza tu, basi ile nimeinsure, nitalipa madai yenu yote on time. Njooni. Mtafanya hivi lini? Au mnaogopa claims? Si ndo mko kwenye claims payment industry? Come, I will pay you. Next time, the bus owners will, definitely renew the policy. Had to celebrate payment of claims. Tunapay huku tumenuna kabisa kabisa. Now, until we pay, we have actually come with muscles. If it is genuine, just pay and celebrate. Our people's mind will change. Because we will be celebrating to save. I'm celebrating to save you. You have an accident, and I'm your insurer. I'm celebrating to save you. And if there is a wrong climate, mtu anayetuchafua, do we undertake to do the public relation to correct? Mtu ameiba, analeta maneno, undertake the public relations, correct misinformation, invest, and we are ready to help. Ili wale wachache wa 5% wasitusumbue. We have that muscles, we are not using it. Banks are using it. When intermediaries mischief happen, what internal sanctions do we put? Intermediaries anafanya kazi kwa ajili ya principal, amepokea premium ya mtu, amekula, sisi tutakudai we insurer. What are the internal sanctions you put for the misrepresentation or behavior which has come from ourselves? And how many times have you done your self-regulation, sanctions those people publicly? So there is an action there. Let us celebrate the payment. We are saving let us celebrate our services, but let us also not allow people to mess our industry. Action number 6. Legal and regulatory interventions. It's very easy to blame the government, but I want you to understand that the purposes of the law is for people. The purposes of the guidelines is for the development of the sector. Laws allows us to have fairness, fair competition, but also investors' confidence. And we are actually going to reward CEOs by providing dividends. Kama we kila mwaka utakuwa unafanya underwriting loss, the guidelines is coming. We want our investors to enjoy the investment. Kama unafukuzia tu ile top line alafu ukimbie, tutaku blacklist. So what matters to us is we introduce laws for fairness, consumer protection, but also national interest. National interests will include economic, financial, diplomacy, peace and security. Now, what is the bottom line of all our discussion? So what matters to us as a government? Increase access and usage of insurance services to 50% of the population so that we increase the protection of people's assets, investment, health through private initiative. So if the private can supplement and provide covers for 50% of the population, that is our achievement as a sector. Another bottom line is consumer protection. Is your product actually protecting people for things which matter? Kama ni ile mfano wako wa kukatia mtu kwenda saloon, hiyo itakuwa ni extras kwetu. Lakini sisi tuna vitu vina matter. Afya, kilimo, mifugo, uwekezaji. Yani hizi protection mkizitoa, sisi kama serikali mmekuwa mmetusaidia kama private sector. Third thing which matters to us is retention. How much financial retentions are made through the investment, through the insurance. So we need more capacity. Companies with capital. The regulations, guidelines are in place already that we need companies with capital. We don't need numbers. Fikirieni namna ya kumeji. We are going to double the capital requirement. We need strong companies. We need also companies with strong human resource. Sio kila riski unaandika tu hatuna human capacity. 20 years of liberalization. Put budget to have a human capacity. So that is the third thing which matters to us. Underwrite more business. Retain. Financially. Capital. Fourth, bottom line. Employment to youth. Very important. If you can employ more, that matters to us very much. But if you can have succession plan, that if you are a CEO, you must have a CEO, immediate CEO in your company. Immediate CFOs and the likes. Hii ndugu zangu, hii inalipa. Our target is to have 50% of the CEOs in this sector from Tanzania. This is a bottom line. This is very important. Very important for the government. The fifth is the contribution to the GDP. So all other things will be done, but actually it accumulates to our contribution to the GDP. Our target is 3% come 2030. So, just to conclude, give us your brain, or use your brain, your innovative talents, so that all these bottom line are realized. And then we will support through the laws, no problem. And change the mindset of our sector. Usiseme wananchi hawaelewi, sema mimi sielewi, namna ya kuwaelewesha. Ya pili, usiseme sisi ni informal. You know, we are informal. Why? What are you telling me? Yani mimi nafuga ng'ombe, nina ng'ombe 500, niko vizuri, alafu unaniambia niko informal. So unataka niwe formal ili niwe nini yani? Kwa hiyo usiwaambie watu wetu nyinyi ni informal. Niambie unataka kunipa value gani kwa hiyo service yako. Kama hauna value, just go. Don't name or don't label our people some names. Sisi ni wafugaji, tunaishi hivi. Tuko formal hivyo hivyo, ndo tuko formal. So kuna nafasi ya kubadilisha product. Tuko tayari kupata product on request basis. Tutazianalyze, tutaangalia zile principles zetu, zitaenda sokoni. So thank you very much once again. Let me conclude by saying thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you for listening. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Commissioner. Naombeni mtoe makofi mengi kwake. Naombeni na msimame kabisa. Naombeni mtoe makofi mengi kwake. I think that is an easier job made for a rapporteur, isn't it? Rapporteur amerahisishiwa kazi. It has been done. Naombeni mkae. Yes, an easier way and a task for the rapporteur. Commissioner always does that. Whenever you are in a meeting, at the end of the day, we'll give you parting shots, and you, at what time did he write all these? But he's just that good. We appreciate for having him. Nadhani after there, mpige makofi. Ni kipaji. Yeah, it's a talent. Not everyone can take the crucial points and articulate them that way. Tunashukuru sana. That marks the end of our program today. I know we have gone half an hour away, but also we used half an hour late. So we are within time. As an MC, I'm very glad, but nina matangazo mawili. Evening from 18:30, Mount Meru, Tanzania will be hosting a dinner. It's an IIT dinner, which is sponsored by Tanzania. I think that to be precise. We should be there, smart casual, for those who want to mingle, for those who want to jiggle, and probably wiggle, no problem. You are welcomed there. Today, from 18:30 onwards. Tangazo lingine la mwisho ambalo nimepewa ni kwa ajili ya excursion kesho. Excursion booth is outside there. If you want to register yourself, please take the opportunity and register yourself. We have an excursion in Tarangire and another at Nakuru Waterfalls. So the choice is yours. Naombeni niwashukuru sana, niwatakie jioni njema. Kwa wale tutakao kukutana dinner, tukutane dinner. Lakini ningependa wote tukutane kule. Karibuni sana.